The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The 2025 Grand Chess Tour is back with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. Elite grandmasters from around the world will showcase their Rapid Blitz skills in the historic capital city. Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu was cruising with 2 wins till he ran into an under-the-weather Bogdan-Daniel Deac, who knocked the Indian superstar into a tie for second. But it was first-time tour player Vladimir Fedoseev who impressed, winning twice and nearly taking down the reigning GCT champ for the clear lead. The first 3 games flew by, but there's still a lot of Rapid left to play. Day 2 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid Blitz here in Warsaw, Poland. Well, day 1 was absolutely electrifying as the players played their best chess with lots of wins and also some crazy blunders. But today, we see one player standing atop the leaderboard, Vladimir Fedoseev. He may be a wild card, but he is known as a tremendous rapid player, being the reigning European rapid champion. Well, will anyone be able to knock him off his perch today? We shall see shortly, and we will go right now to the studio with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
The 10th Grand Chess Tour started with some great action from Warsaw. Day 2 of Rapid Chess starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with some incredible grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
From legend to incredible. Peter, Nazi, delighted to be with you both. Hello everyone. Welcome to our show. The Grand Chess Tour, the 10th edition, started with a bang, as in day 1, 10 out of the 15 games were decisive. That's going to be a very hard pace to match for day 2. Nazi, the honors, standings.
Let's have a look.
Very exciting day 1.
We have a sole leader. Vladimir Fedoseev had an amazing start yesterday. He's leading with 5 points. There's 2 players sharing second. That's Alireza, Firouzja, and Praggnanandhaa. Then we have half of the field with 50%.
Absolutely. The format of this Rapid and Blitz.
The time control in Rapid is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. In Blitz, it will be 5 plus 2. There are no draw offers allowed. In Rapid, we have a single round-robin tournament. The scoring system is 2 for a win and 1 for a draw. In Blitz, we're going to have double round-robin with 1 for a win and half for a draw.
And our schedule.
Today, players are playing day 2 of Rapid. We have 1 more day of Rapid tomorrow, and after that, they start Blitz.
Wonderful. And Peter, we've got a Blitz and a Rapid tournament. How are the performance of the players in both
let's take a look. But the
formats?
Spoiler, it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, that would be the baseline. The performances of the players in this tournament overall in their GCT careers, as you can see, touching 2840, which is a very, very high number for MVL. And perhaps with our wildcards, numbers are slightly lower, but as you will see when we progress to Blitz, even in Blitz, the numbers still touch these very, very high numbers, but Gavrilescu in particular is going to be a threat once we get to the shorter time control. And how does this compare to the top 10 in the world? Well, there you have it. This is the list currently, with Magnus up top and the very familiar names in there: Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world champion Ding Liren in second. But notably, 4 of the current world top 10 are playing in Warsaw, with Alireza in 5th, and very importantly, Vladimir Fedoseev climbing to 6th in the world in the live list. And as for the Blitz, Magnus once again up top, Alireza in 2nd, same familiar names pretty much in the top 10, Hikaru up to 3rd, Jan Nepomniachtchi in 4th, And we have two players from Warsaw there, Alireza and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, tied for 6th with Ding Liren on 27.85. So very, very strong field, and as I mentioned, these players are good at chess. And on that shocking revelation, we're handing it over to our Warsaw studio and grandmasters Maurice Ashley and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you so much, Peter. Yeah, these guys are good at chess. What a shock indeed. Well, you know, if you're here for the first time playing in a big event on the Grand Chess Tour, you'd think you'd be a little bit nervous. But one Vladimir Fedoseev is showing to everyone that, no thank you, I am a boss. And he indeed should feel that way, given that he's the reigning European rapid chess champion. And guess what? He has had many fantastic results over the years. In 2017, he tied with Anand in Riyadh in the World Rapid Championship. And he also beat one Magnus Carlsen last year in the Olympiad. Oh, go figure. That's a good player to beat. Well, he's also beaten some fine players here. He just narrowly missed defeating Alireza Firouzja, the reigning champ of the Grand Chess Tour. Alireza had to pull a rabbit out of a hat to save himself there. Then he defeated Gavrilescu, and then in the last round he upset the Polish, all of Poland, by beating Duda. But he is feeling quite confident right now. He did say it's no reason to be too happy at the moment. And his famous line from yesterday, which I will never forget, success is really based on not playing stupid chess. Well, we expect more scintillating chess from him as he goes and tries to win this portion. Anastasia.
Yes, exactly, Maurice. What a great advice for all of us. You know, no stupid moves indeed. But, you know, today it's Sunday, and as we know, here in Poland, everybody will come to root for their favorite players. I'm expecting a huge crowd today, and of course, one of the reasons to have the crowd in Poland is to follow Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the local hero. And we know, you know, Maurice, I'm really looking forward to see how he will perform in this event. Only 27 years old, or already 27 years old. He had his birthday yesterday. He is number 16 in the world rating, but at the same time, I remember all his results in the previous Superbet Rapid and Blitz events. In 2022, he managed to win this tournament. What a great start. Then in 2023, he was second because Magnus Carlsen won the last dramatic game in this tournament, and sent him to the second place. So in 2024, he came third. So look at this, first, second, and third place. So now, really, he's very motivated, I'm sure, to show great performance in this event. But, you know, first day didn't go that well for him. He scored 50%, losing a very important last game against Vladimir Fedoseev, who is the leader right now in the tournament, as you mentioned before. So I'm sure it's going to be a very exciting day, number 2. Looking forward. Maurice?
Absolutely. I'm sure he will want to put the birthday woes behind him. Thanks, Vlad. Hey, happy birthday. What a gift indeed. But hey, players, they're just trying to win. We'll see how day 2 transpires. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Anastasia and Nasi. Lay the table for our audience. Tell them about the pairings.
Let's have a look.
Round 4.
I think
Coming
we
up.
start with an exciting matchup. The players who are sharing second are playing each other.
Big match.
Alireza Firouzja against Praggnanandhaa. Then David Gavrilescu is playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Levon Aronian against Daniel Deac, Veselin Topalov playing Aravindh, and tournament leader Vladimir Fedoseev against MVL.
Should Vladimir press his luck against a little bit out of form MVL, that'll be an exciting game to watch. The players are fighting hard. They're fighting for a lot of money.
And also Grand Chess Tour points.
And Grand Chess Tour.
Total prize fund for this event is $175,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000, prizes all the way down to 10th place.
And of course, those Grand Chess Tour points add up. Finish in the top 3, and you get some very nice bonus money at the end of the tour. First
and a guaranteed spot in the next year, which is maybe even more important.
Exactly. As the players are taking their seats, we see my pick, Duda, they're adjusting all of the pieces. Do you do that at the start of the game?
Oh, I think every chess player does, right?
Yeah. There you see the Museum of the History of Polish Jews. As people are coming into the stadium.
They're expecting Duda to have a better day today. I mean, he didn't have a bad day yesterday, 50%.
It was that third round that really threw him off. He was doing okay.
He could have been in the first place.
That's what I mean. It was that nip and tuck there.
And we have Levon and Deac shaking hands, and they're off. Which game would you like to start with?
I'd like to start with Vladimir, Fedoseev, and MVL, only because I always feel that, hey, look, you're in first place. You got to go with the leader. And big moment, actually, here, G6, because it's an invitation to dance at a Grunfeld. If you play knight c3, doubtlessly. But f2, f3, and king f2.
Fedoseev welcomes to the Grunfeld.
And here, h2, h4, and cd5. Oh, okay, they're going to go right down a long main line. And Peter, I'm going to defer to you, as you are the Grunfeld expert.
Let's see what they
So
actually
first of
end
all,
up
knight
playing,
f3. As
I'm assuming
to...
h3 maybe is coming. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's very fashionable these days. It's a line that MVL actually, I believe, has quite a lot of experience with. Shouldn't come as any surprise to him. He's had some battles in this line on the black side. It looks a bit strange to spend the whole tempo on h3 here. Bishop g4 is, of course, an idea, but it's not that much of a threat, seemingly. But it's a way to combine some lines that used to be popular but are now supposed to be solved. I think it's a spiritual brother to the rook b1 lines in particular. And the line we will, I'm pretty sure, see is cd4, cd4, MVL will play knight c6, bishop b3, queen a5 check, and queen a3. I analyzed it quite closely for my course, and I believe it holds. I believe if you play precisely here with black, you should have no trouble whatsoever. But Grunfeld in general is quite healthy right now, so it's no surprise that people continue asking some small questions in these positions, because it's still not entirely solved. One theme you will see quite a lot in this position, in these types of positions, is white often just leaves it on a1. Yeah, if you want to take on a1, you can take on a1 pretty much anywhere, because for instance now you can obviously take on f3 and take on a1. It's a full whoops.
That would be a rook too.
It's a full exchange, but there is immediately massive compensation. The threats of bishop h6, the simple threat of pushing the center forward are very, very dangerous. I think the main move here is bishop d7. I think MVL has already played bishop d7 in a bunch of games. I think there was a very important game against Anish and some others. Rook b1 is the main move here. Not because it's under threat necessarily, but because you do have to create some play of your own. And playing rook b1 here introduces the idea of bishop b4, for instance.
As well as rook b7.
Yeah, bishop a4. I think in the course I suggest queen takes a2. And I still believe, I rechecked it recently, I still believe it holds. But MVL is a firm believer in the move bishop a4 here, against which white generally, against him at least, plays queen e1, although queen c1, of course, still exists. Queen e1, and now MVL just goes for this position, which I don't know if he will today. I think he's done it, I want to say, at least twice against very strong opposition. I think he's a very firm believer in this being completely fine for black, and it is. For my preference, I thought the positions after queen takes a2 were easier to control and simpler in practical terms. But this is, as things stand right now, this is fine. And I'm very curious as to what Vladimir has prepared, because...
Rook takes b7?
Rook takes b7, you have to worry about bishop b5. This is one of the points of what black is doing.
Do I get 2 pawns for the exchange?
You might.
But also
I think rook e7 is just...
Knight h2 is an option, no?
Knight h2 is an option, but after knight h2, your position is... There is bishop e5, first of all, trying to actually win this rook on f1. And there are other options as well. I think rook b7 is not the main move. I think they generally start by playing bishop g5 and go from there. So... Let's see.
From a theoretical point of view, statistically speaking, what does the results?
I think MVL lost one
as black
because he misplayed a position which I'm pretty sure he still knew, but he kind of mixed up the move order and lost, I believe, to Anish. and the rest, I think, were drawn. We're being told there are 4 games. And the pause here, when it seems like there's only one move you can even make, is because there is this move bishop b4.
Yes.
Which is the other way not to lose the queen on e1.
Yeah.
Which after knight takes b4, queen takes b4, queen takes b4, rook takes b4, and I think bishop c2 is supposed to be completely fine for black. This works out.
Wow.
But the fact that bishop takes d3 hasn't been played yet indicates that he is maybe considering playing bishop b4. What I don't quite understand, and let me get on with my old man griping shtick that I do. This is something MVL is doing consistently game after game after game. Why would you start thinking here?
Right.
You know you're getting this position.
Exactly.
I'm a bit mystified by this, but we'll see. I just wanted to point out that
bishop b4 is an alternative.
it's not really the only move in the position, bishop takes d3. I still expect it to happen because I think the positions after bishop takes d3 are much more complex, are much easier for black to misplay, which is a consideration.
Yes.
Even if you know it's nothing, you do want to create a situation in which your opponent can at least go wrong.
Yeah, right.
Which I think is truer of bishop takes d3 than it is of bishop b4. But we shall see.
Thank you, Peter. For me, it's just extraordinary how many main lines there are in the Grunfeld. You just have like branches, and they're very, very thick. The variations just go what seems to me to be like endless. It's amazing. Thank you for that. And Nasi, where would you like me to go?
Let's check in with Alireza and Prague, since they're
they're tied for second.
Game.
Okay, when
Alireza repeated the opening he played yesterday against Deac.
Yeah, kind of a queen's fianchetto, and knight c6. And actually, it's kind of funny. I'm used to seeing the position with the pawn on g3, the bishop on g2, and the queen on e2, as opposed to the queen on c2.
And honestly, I would prefer that for white.
Exactly, the g3.
Yeah, I don't quite like it on e2 here.
It feels a bit more passive.
Does white have any advantage?
No.
I tend to think yes, but it's so slight. So on a good day, let me put a move on the board, shall we? Let's say knight e5, and let's say you take.
Yeah, knight e5 is I think the correct way to play, and he has played it.
Yeah, and then eventually, it's a long way down the. I'm going to play a4, a5, trying to create a weakness on b6. I'll put my knight on c3. And I'll make some pretense that I
have something.
Yeah, my pawn on d3 is better than your pawn on b6. Don't you feel miserable? You know, but it really isn't that much. Knight e5 on the board. Peter, you got some action for us?
Here?
No.
Not, well, elsewhere. Let's take a look.
Yes, let's take a look.
Let's take a look. Let's go to let's say the game between Levon Aronian and.
Okay, you're good choice. Look at this move before.
Yeah, and you know, perhaps not the most auspicious of starts. It's the Petrov, but it's become very, very non-standard by move 8 already. Because instead of knight f3, which is what everybody does here, Levon played knight c4, knight takes e4, queen e2, queen e7, and now of course the idea is not to trade the queens along the e file. The idea is to play knight e3, creating a very strong threat of knight g5.
Right.
Knight c6. Knight d5, knight d4 is a famous knight dance, which I think was featured in the Caruana-Carlsen match, right?
Yeah, World Championship match.
But Levon instead goes knight c3, this knight drops back, and now b4, which is we're being told this is a novelty.
Whoa.
I couldn't immediately work out why you can't just take it. My screen also says it's a playable move. I don't like... Knight takes b4, and apparently the first line is just g2, g3, saying thank you for the 2 tempi you will give me, because you will have to put it back, I'm assuming, eventually, and we will be ahead in development. But this is really, really non-obvious to me.
Right.
And I think most people, when faced with something like this being blitzed out by a player of Levon's caliber, just say, you know,
I'll believe you.
I have no idea what's going on, but I'm not engaging with it, you know.
Right.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Right.
And now the engine suggests that with the inclusion of b4 and a6, this endgame might be a touch better. I still don't quite know why.
See,
Well, I assume allowing knight d4 is. Yeah, honestly, I expected bishop b2.
Exactly.
But then I guess we might be dropping the pawn on b4. So yeah, c3, let's say knight e7, the engine goes knight f4, says we will play d4 next move. And we've gained some space, but
king on d8.
As is often the case in these types of positions, the margins aren't huge. We're not really pushing for a massive advantage here with white.
Such a strange pawn structure coming from Petrov with white.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm really hoping he's planning to do something that is not knight d5, but the machine is very insistent that he should.
Yeah.
Because if you play something like rook b1, black can actually start going in themselves with a very healthy position.
Which is exactly a question I wanted to ask you. Instead of a6, b4, you know, like you look at b4 and you go, wait a minute, can't I play knight d4?
I'm guessing queen d3 and then c5.
Yes.
Yeah, very playable.
And bishop
very
f5
playable.
is a threat? I'm like, who's got the initiative?
Well, it goes something like this.
E2.
You drop it back to c6, bishop b2. These are fun positions to look at.
The knights are still dancing.
Yeah, especially considering this began as a Petrov and is now like a 960 position.
Right.
No, it's a little bit of a freestyle going on here,
Right.
with the queen somehow on d3 in front of everything. I have no idea what this is.
Right.
This would have been enjoyable, and maybe we'll get something like this anyway, but it does feel like after a6, it's time to somewhat pull the plug on all the excitement and the freestyling and get a slight edge in an endgame. But we'll see. We'll see what Levon opts for. Elsewhere, in the game between, there's immediately a question mark on the screen. This is a game between Veselin, Topalov, and Aravindh, which began its life as a Spanish with b5, bishop c5, which I think we are these days supposed to call the Yurtaev.
Is it?
Or possibly the Möller, but not there. I mean, everybody calls this the Archangel.
Archangel,
yeah, but that's with the bishop on b7.
Okay.
And Veselin played c3 and then d4 and then a4, which is a kind of a strange move order because it gives black additional options. If I'm permitted to nerd out here for a second, I also had videos on this at some point. If you begin with a4, you more or less, well, not force exactly, but you very much provoke rook b8, because if you play bishop b7, as is often the case, if you provoke bishop b7 while you still have the option, you're just no longer playing c3, d4. You're playing d3, and that bishop on b7 is now banging its head against this very, very solid structure. So if you start with a4, you are provoking rook b8, which I assume is something you like. And here rook b8, transferring to the same lines, is still available. But as are moves bishop b7, bishop d7 I think is playable, bishop g4 is playable. So you've just given black an additional 3 options for no immediate gain that I can see. And Aravindh chooses bishop b7, rook e1 castles, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. These positions, very often if black plays g5, you will have to sacrifice this, this knight on g5, but it's very, very dangerous. In a lot of spots, it's very, very dangerous here for black. Aravindh goes b4. h3 is a useful move, which actually safeguards against the necessity of sacrificing on g5, because now you can probably play bishop g3 because g5, g4 is no longer... Your center is a lot more stable when your knight cannot be driven away from f3. Black took on c3, which the engine massively disagrees with. I'm not quite sure why. Says rook b8 or perhaps e4, cd4, rook e8 was strong. I don't really... Hard to see how this can be a massive mistake, to be honest, but apparently it is. B takes c3, rook e8. And now queen d3, which is a move that looks very natural, protecting the central structure and also preparing to play knight bd2 comfortably now that the pawn on d4 is once again protected by the queen, is giving white a very healthy advantage, seemingly. If you play knight a5 here, which is really the only source of counterplay, white has bishop d5. I think I recently had something very, very similar in a tournament. I made a foray into tournament chess for a bit without too much success, but this game I did win. This idea of bishop d5 with the intention of meeting seemingly the very strong takes in e4 with rook takes e4, rook takes e4, and bishop takes f6, leading to a very large advantage for white, because we're threatening to win the exchange back, and if you play queen e8, the rook on e4 is kind of stuck. This is very strong, but
he didn't play queen.
But he played d5, and my issue with the move d5 here is I hate it in these structures, because look at this bishop suddenly.
It's a beautiful bishop.
You give so much life to this bishop, and I generally just think if I can do anything that is not d4, d5, I'm doing that 10 times out of 10. Like if there's a legal move in this position that doesn't lose material, and that move is not d4, d5, I'm never playing d4, d5 here.
Right.
But this is what Veselin chose. My instant reaction was that maybe even this isn't that bad. But the engine disagrees with me and says we will not be in time to break through with f5. But black can play something like knight a5.
That move I really like. Bishop c8 and knight b7 and knight c5.
Yeah, and another thing to say about closing the center like this is that it makes it easier for black to prepare for eventually playing g7, g5. Let's say here after bishop c2, the engine throws in bishop c8, just to get this bishop to a diagonal where it will do things. And then it just goes g5 next move, and it's much harder with the bishop on b6 being this strong, because if we talk about the positions where the sacrifice happens, one of the main ideas white has in positions like this would be a rook lift via the e3 square, which is currently completely unavailable and will not be available anymore. So the machine just goes king h7, queen f3, king g6, and says we are doing
g6.
Nice defense.
I like it, Nazi.
Yeah, we're doing very well because it feels brave, but also the attacking pieces aren't really all that attacking. There's just these two, and it's manageable. So yeah, it's
Peter,
it's an unexpected choice by this.
Yeah, I'm not liking this. Knight a5, maybe knight d2, just give up the two bishops. And
yeah, but I'm not taking on b3. I think
the same.
Bishop c8 anyway. Honestly, I think this one maybe is going to c5.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Because, just one final point.
Sure.
Apart from making this bishop very strong, it also completely kills off this one.
Right.
So why would I even trade it for a knight?
Exactly.
Let it stay there on b3 doing absolutely nothing.
Absolutely. Let's toss it to Warsaw and a view from the tournament hall. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yas. I just wanted to jump in and talk a little bit about Grandmaster preparation as we looked at some of what you guys are showing. And a lot of people feel like preparation for Grandmaster, it's so deep, it's so intricate, and we're so well prepared, always so deep in our bag, if you will. Sometimes that's the case, and then sometimes it is perplexing. Let's take a look at this game, for example, between Fedoseev and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. You saw a position where Fedoseev knows exactly what Maxime is going to play. He's going to play this Grunfeld. That is absolutely predictable. He's played a number of games in the line. That's also predictable. And yet, Fedoseev waltzes right into the line and is already down 10 minutes on the clock. Maxime has barely used 30 seconds for all his moves. Why would you, knowing what your opponent's going to do, having seen these lines, decide, let's go here, and then end up in what is maybe a position that's a tiny bit better for black? Perplexing indeed. Another one that is perplexing is the game between Deac and Levon Aronian. Unless I have it wrong on my board, this move b4, you know Levon had prepared. He had seen the idea of knight takes on b4. Deac, he knows, is notorious for getting into time pressure, so let's play a little bit of a weird move. But somehow, he's the one where the roles are reversed. 13 minutes left on his clock to Deac's 21 minutes after the move a6. It's Levon who's pressed pause in a big way. Well, you would have supposed he would have looked at everything, but maybe not this move a6. So don't be fooled, folks. Grandmasters do prepare quite a bit, but we don't prepare for everything. And sometimes you make some dubious decisions as well, because the game of chess is just that complicated. Guys, back to you.
Because just as Maurice was saying, you could expect that MVL would play this. He did, and he's slightly better.
Maurice and I today, we're not just color coordinating, we're also saying exactly the same things because they're true. And
right.
Because why wouldn't you say things that are true?
Right.
Yeah, I'm mystified by that.
I think what players forget is that, yes, MVL plays this, but how many other lines does he play all the time, right?
Right.
So I'm sure Fedoseev prepared against all of them. Maybe he didn't put that much effort in this line.
Well, knight f3, h3, I want to agree with you, but it's difficult for me.
Because in this particular case, you're going to get knight
That's
d3.
your choice. He chose knight f3, h3, and MVL consistently blitzes out this entire thing time and time again. So yeah,
right.
I don't know.
You have a game between David and Jan Duda.
This is the last one we haven't seen, and it began somewhat in a bit of a quirky fashion. I don't know if this was prepared or maybe he was surprised by specifically the attempt to play the Paulsen by Jan-Krzysztof, because David Gavrilescu here played this move bishop e2, which is sort of less weird than the bishop e2 we've seen yesterday from Veselin, the e4, e5, knight of 3, and then bishop e2. This one I don't like.
Right.
This is okay because you still preserve the option of playing d4, as we will see in the game. It just ended up being a very classical Scheveningen.
Right.
But here, people used to absolutely autopilot bishop e3, followed by a4, where I think the understanding is if black managed to save on the move a7, a6, black should be quite healthy here. But these days, this idea of taking on c6 and then doing this queen shuffle to the very, very good square on g3 has gained popularity in a lot of various Sicilians. And this is what Gavrilescu has done. But black, because you didn't burn a tempo on a6, you play a5 in one tempo, not just to gain space, but also importantly to just get rid of that bishop on c8, which wasn't doing very much.
Right.
And they have gotten to this position, which I think is quite healthy for black. Importantly, it seems like bishop f6 is a massive, massive threat, but there is this tactical idea of playing knight a4, and bishop f6 seemingly wins a full rook. No,
Not
it
a
doesn't.
whole
No, it doesn't, because there's that one on a6 hanging.
Not a
And
whole.
this type of a structure might actually be a touch better for white long term, because your structure is more harmonious. There are some potential weaknesses you can play against if it ends being an endgame. If a lot of pieces come off, but let's say the dark square bishops are the pieces remaining, this might become a target in a very, very distant future.
Right.
But of course, we're not talking about a massive advantage here.
No.
Black is very, very healthy, generally speaking, after something
A
like queen
question,
c7.
if when white plays c4, does black trade the knights?
No.
No.
I think we immediately aim it at the d4 square in this type of position. I would think. Although the engine massively disagrees with me and says we're also completely fine doing
I'm
this.
with you on this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're just. I'm just curious. Like, this is. I guess move by move, this is not good, because I would feel.
Maybe it doesn't make it to d4.
Yeah, it doesn't make it to d4 because the bishop on b6 is going to be very annoying. It's specifically this. Otherwise, I mean.
Right. If you have c5 and
yeah, if you
d4,
imagine me making a waiting move here.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
But bishop b6 followed by rook bd1, and it might never actually make it to the d4 square.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right. Knight c3 is just much stronger.
But in principle, the knight on a4, you don't want. You
don't
kind
want
of
to
go
do
like, hey, you're offsides. Let's get caught up on our tournament leader. Vladimir versus MVL, because when Maurice left it, he said, "And black's better," and I wanted an explanation of why. Why is
Not
black
better, but black is comfortable. Let's briefly update
Yes.
our viewers on how we progressed from there to here.
It was knight d3.
Yeah, after knight d3, I assume there was quite a bit of thinking, followed by the move bishop before we mentioned, takes. I said queen takes before is fine. MVL has gone for a second very obvious move in this position, where actually the engine says the best move is not bishop c4 even, it's bishop d3. E7 is hanging, b7 is hanging. We're currently not threatening this system of pieces, but I guess maybe if you give me a move and I get to play e4, e5, then rook a1 could become quite something. And the best line for black apparently is this move b7, b5, just giving up on e7, rook f e8, and we get a very sharp position in which obviously, if you imagine black getting a5 and b4 in, black will be doing really, really well. But conversely, if this center starts rolling, you're also going to be in a lot of trouble. And I think it's a useful thing to consider as a description of what kind of a player MVL is. I think this is a very comfortable equality, but this, if you think that bishop d3 in those positions are what you're expecting from your opponent, it gives you a much better chance of actually getting a sharp game with three results on the table.
Yeah.
So MVL is kind of extending a hand here to Vladimir and saying, do you want to have fun, for a risky position? Bishop c4 looks like it might be winning material, but it's not, specifically because of this move a7, a5. And now bishop takes a2, takes, rook b4, b5, e5. Rook f c8 may have been slightly stronger than rook f d8, which is what MVL played, because you you do want maybe to play rook c8, rook c2, and these are not really running. Rook d8, rook e1, it's around equal. If this bishop was on a better square, let's say, if this bishop was on e8, I mean, it's weird to say better square about a square deep in your own camp.
Right.
But I want this rook to be playing.
Yeah, rook a4.
To me, it looks like white is better because I'm going knight d4, knight c6 next.
If you can get that
Yeah,
in,
I think rook fd8
How do you
may have been a waste of a tempo, honestly, because even in this position, the engine suggests playing rook c8 again. But it also says king f8 is completely fine, and if you play knight d4, it just doesn't. It has some counterplay. I want to say it doesn't believe in your threats. It just believes in counterplay involving
So
immediately activating
rook
this bishop.
b2? Rook b2?
But then the other one starts jumping.
Rook b2.
Rook b2.
Rook b2, yeah.
Rook b2, we can play rook ac8. It's not actually that worried about the knight landing on c6. It says I will play e6 next.
It looks pretty, but does nothing on c6.
Yeah. But I still think occupying the open file was stronger. You do have to maybe consider d6 followed by e6, using the fact that there is now this geometry, but the engine is kind of, it gets sharp though. First line is f5, e7, king h8, which is not something that
First,
humans are probably not doing this. Yeah, here you've kind of lost. Because there's bishop takes e7 in the end.
Oh my goodness.
So knight g5 is just a mistake. The best line is bishop d5, and it's around equal. And the second best line after e6 is just king f8, allowing ef7, and you play something like rook c5. Because now allowing knight g5 would be quite scary.
Right.
And it ends up being, like knight d4 is the only move that equalizes here, but it does equalize. Let's see what happens after rook
very
e1.
sharp.
Okay, so he played bishop h6 immediately, and now white played g2, g4. And, you know, after all the speechifying both I and Maurice have done about this being a strange choice by Vladimir, now that black played rook fd8 and bishop h6, two moves which are not bad, but not ideal. They aren't first choices. White is actually kind of enjoying it a little bit. You're still not much better, but you are pushing.
Yeah. Let's jump over to Warsaw and get a view from Maurice.
Yes, well, it looks as though it did work out for Fedoseev there, looking like he's got at least a position to play. But still, we have to go back to that other fascinating time management issue from Levon Aronian. He finally did move, and he played the move rook to b1, hinting at maybe b5 or just defending his pawn. So I started to look at this line a little bit. As if you go back one move in this position, the best move, according to the engine, is, well, one of the two moves is to just play knight to d5. Either knight, actually, are the two options. This leads to a trade of queens, which is not exactly why you play this position in the first place after king d8. Like, why did you try to avoid the trade of queens, only to turn around and say, my bad, I put my pawn on b4, you put your pawn on a6, and now the trade of queens is a good idea. So instead, it looks as though the move a6 forced Levon to think, how do I not trade queens, even if it's the best move? And so instead, he spent a long time, basically 15 minutes, to play this nondescript, but at least a way to avoid a trade of queens move, rook to b1. The engine actually thinks it's worse for white. Not surprisingly, these kind of odd-looking opening moves, but not that much worse, enough to keep the position interesting. And Deac himself decided to sit on this position for about 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe, and finally make a move here. In this position, he played queen to e6, not the first choice either of the engine. So we are in absolutely foreign territory, an original chess position. Black is trying to at least stay ahead on the clock. It is Deac we're talking about. We know he famously yesterday went down to 1 minute and 18 seconds in his game against Firouzja, and Firouzja had 19 minutes plus and still turned that into a crazy position that he eventually blundered in. But here he's trying to stay a little bit ahead on the clock, but we see it there. Levon has only played 9 moves, his own preparation, by the way, and now he's already down to 8 minutes on the clock. Quite a story brewing, confusing storyline actually in that game. I'd also like to point out one wild game coming from another veteran, this one between Topalov and Aravindh. And this one, we see a sacrifice on G5 has transpired. We saw him win a game yesterday, did Veselin against MVL. Here, he's going for it again. We know he's a vicious attacking player, and he loves attacking with compensation. The engine doesn't like it, but we fans sure do. We'll see if that old magic can come back and show his stuff as a former #1 player and a FIDE World Champion is trying to get himself to 50%. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And these knight sacrifices, knight takes G5, we've seen them time and time again in these Joko pianos. And, you know, every time the engine says black is better or it's 0-0s, but you're sitting at the board and your king is taking a walk. You're going king G6
definitely
or
scary for
rook
black.
H6. Yeah.
I think
Is it
Peter
easier
actually
to defend
has
or
insights on this?
yeah?
Yeah, but
The engines
engines
love it.
dislike it, but
Yeah.
I think it's specifically
Practical.
because you've closed off. You need
Your bishop.
You need as many attacking pieces as you can get in these types of positions.
Right.
And the fact that your bishop on a2 is completely closed off, and also, as I mentioned, it will become relevant later, as I already alluded
rook
to.
E3.
No rook e3. Although you can still play it in some positions, and you might have to. So what happened was knight g5 takes, bishop g5, king g7, queen f3, rook h8, very natural, knight d2. And now the reason Aravindh is thinking here is he actually has a bunch of quite attractive options. Bishop c8 still being the main one, because you do want to play king g6, and currently it allows queen f5
Queen f5
check. But there's also a very simple option of playing rook h6, which more or less forces you to take on h6. You can't really allow that rook to get to g6, then you really have no attack. And then, once this pin is gone, play becomes much slower. And if you give black time to play, I don't know, bishop c8, queen e7, or queen e7, rook g8 in particular, if you make some weighty moves, I don't know, and just put this on the board, I would say this is borderline lost.
White's missing the dark square bishop,
Yeah.
right?
He's missing a lot right now.
And interestingly, it's panic stations to such an extent that the engine just goes rook b1, takes b6 instantly, just to get rid of that monster and start something in the center.
Right.
Although it's not in love with it, it just says it's best option.
Right.
And you can also go bishop c8 with the intention, and this is a very typical idea of how to unpin yourself in these positions.
Rook
If you
E3.
play something like, I don't know, rook b1 once again. I want to play king g6, and if you play queen g3, you instantly lose to knight h5.
Right.
This is a very important setup you need to know, because it seems like we've blundered the queen, but we haven't. And there is no discover checks worth anything here, so you just immediately trade a lot of pieces and
Trade
kind
on
of
queens.
resign, because
Right.
you are a piece down. So bishop c8 prepares king g6. I think bishop c8 is the most ambitious option. And this is where I wanted to point out that despite the fact that we're down so much material, you might have to play rook e3 anyway, with the point being that we are recapturing with the pawn. And now we can at least join in with another attacking piece with rook f1. And this is actually an interesting combo black can go for. You provoke rook e3, and then you don't take it, and you go back to this, which means you've gotten the same position, you made the move you wanted to make, and you also invited a really stupid-looking move, rook e3, which is now
Right.
hanging on every move.
Right.
So I think Aravindh, I think he finally played bishop c8 just now.
He did.
Yeah, he's in control as far as I can
It's
tell.
really funny looking moves. Rook e3, I'm sacrificing my exchange, and rook h6 in return.
Yeah, it's a good. And Veselin quickly played knight f1.
I was about to say knight f1, the most
Yeah, but
practical.
then after king g6, you will have to play h3, h4. There's really
Okay.
no other
No,
way to support this
agreed.
bishop. I can go rook h5 and start threatening rook takes g5.
Really?
You probably play queen g3.
Yeah.
But the point is, there is no threat now.
Agreed.
There's just nothing. You're threatening absolutely nothing. And one way to exploit it would be, for instance, to play queen d7 and try to play queen g4. If you play knight h2 here,
Right.
I can even go knight g4. We're kind of taking over.
Yep.
Look at those proud attackers there on a2 and
They're
a1. You
not,
know?
A2 is not.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, yes, sir. With the safety of engine, we know king g6 is great, but at
Right.
the board, wouldn't you be worried to play king g6?
Not if I could follow it up with that exact
No, but
precise move order.
it's a very well-known
Yeah,
well-known
rook
motif.
h6.
Yeah, king
Yeah.
g6. And honestly, I wanted to point out that after knight a5, we were playing knight bd2, and Veselin kind of quickly played bishop a2 and not even bishop c2.
Right.
And recently, I was looking at similar positions. And one thing I want to note about all these types of positions is very often having the option of playing bishop d1 is massively important, because then if you play queen g3 in positions like this, knight h5 doesn't exist because I will be taking on h5 and then taking on d8. So bishop a2 is sort of actively counterproductive. Right. I would maybe prefer it on c2 actually to at least have access to the idea of bishop d1. So, you know, Aravindh is doing quite well here. So 2 pawns, but black's pieces are actually more effective, and this bishop on a2, rook on a1, just not helping.
I like the idea Peter showed with rook b1, rook b6. That was the only position I liked for white.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Once you got in
it's such
f4.
a monster, yeah? The bishop on b6.
I'm going to take us to the matchup it's for second place, and that's between Alireza and Pragg. When we left it, we left it in the opening after knight e5, and I pointed out just, you know, like a kind of a dream position for white is that we're going to play
a4, a5?
Exactly. We're going to try to create a weakness, and I'm going to say, haha, my pawn on d3 is better than your pawn on b6. Don't you feel terrible?
Can you still say that now?
I don't know. Normally speaking, white has got his knight on e1, and so the pawn on d3 is actually somehow easier to defend.
One thing to watch out for, though, is you can actually get that black knight over to b4 if white isn't careful.
Yes, then I'm in trouble.
Yeah, and then you're not going to enjoy it all that much anymore.
Yeah, no, if this black knight lands on the b4 square, not only does that safeguard b6, but
we could say the same if white knight goes to d5 or b5, but it's not making it there.
Yeah, and of course, Peter said, golden rule of chess commentary is you always show the checkmates.
I wasn't even looking in that direction.
So there is a checkmate threat. Checkmate alert. Do not play knight
so knight
b8.
d4 is on the board threatening a checkmate.
We're threatening checkmate.
So what does black have to do? Trade knights, knight f6?
f6, knight f6.
Yeah, I like knight f6. You can play f7, f6, which is arguably slightly more ambitious.
Right.
Because you do want knight b8, knight a6, knight b4. Oh, no, you don't. b6 is hanging. No, I think we're playing knight f6 here every single
And
night.
he did.
Yeah, and the question is, does Alireza feel he has anything? Does Alireza not play knight e5 back? I don't think he has anything at all, but...
may I ask the salient question if I take?
I can take with either, I think, actually.
Well, I was going to take on b6 and just ask, is...
oh, no, that actually might be a bit annoying, yeah?
Yeah.
You have rook b5 there in the end.
Exactly.
And then you will take the one that is convenient, yeah?
Yes.
Depending on which one I attack,
yes.
take the other. Yeah.
You take, yes.
Yeah.
So there's just that one issue. How do these two players match up?
Let's have a look. They've played a lot of games. They have 13 draws.
Wow.
This is just in rapid.
Wow.
4 wins for Alireza, 3 for Pragg. So it's only +1 for Alireza. But a lot of draws, very evenly matched.
Very even. In fact, I almost want to say, well done, Pragg. I mean, you are talking about our defending 2024 GCT champion in 2022 as well. Since Pragg is not going to play like that, Peter, the current position after knight f6, how would it go? Knight takes f6?
Maybe he takes with the pawn. Because rook b6, rook d3, I immediately have counterplay against the back rank.
Okay.
So black has to keep both rooks on the board.
Yeah, I'm silly. I take on...
Rook d3 anyway.
Rook takes f6.
Rook
D1. Rook d1 checkmate. Oh, let's put that on the board, the golden rule, Peter's golden rules of chess commentary. And in this position, you're crying.
I can't claim credit. This is my good old friend Jan Gustafsson who formulated that rule. It's not mine.
Checkmate. Bobby Fischer's back rank checkmate. I like rook f6 too. That caught my eye instantly as well, which means, well, we have to do something about checkmate. We'll take this guy.
Takes g3, I guess.
Yes.
Is rook takes e3 any good? Question mark, question mark.
Don't I have one rook more?
Yeah, you do. Queen g2 and queen f2, yeah. I don't have enough checks, yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, I've got rook b8 somehow in my pocket.
Yeah, this doesn't look like a perpetual because you have a queen g5 check, king h1, and I've run out of checks.
Exactly. Rook b8 again.
Continue with rook d2, but
Yeah, but I'm no longer
I
a
have
firm
no trust
believer
in
in
this,
this.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so from the current position, I mean, obviously Alireza is looking at that pawn, and he's thinking to himself,
yeah.
Can I munch it?
And the move order matters too. Take there first, take on f6 first.
exactly. So shall we do it? What were we doing? What
think
was our
it's-
choices?
We looked at rook b6, rook takes d, we take knight f6, e takes, and g3.
Right.
So can black maybe just play f5 for the time being?
Okay, so the whole question is, can I play rook b7 and queen f6?
Not both of them, though.
Not
I
both.
will only allow one.
Yes. Queen f6, rook d6. I don't go very, very, very far. All right, well, we'll stew this over and we'll toss it to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yas. Well, I'm still transfixed by the unfolding drama in this game between Aronian and Deac. It's not really relevant to the top of the leaderboard yet, but it is fascinating to get inside the minds of these players as they show that they have good time management or maybe terrible time management in some cases, depending on how your form is. Aronian is known as a practical player. You'd have thought he was pushing the time situation that Deac normally finds himself in. And maybe that was his plan when he played the move b4. Let's just get this position on the board that I can show you because a dramatic moment is going to occur in this game. b4 says, I'm ready to sack a pawn. No big deal. Go ahead. Take it, please. His opponent thought a little bit and said, okay, I don't want to go into your preparation. He played the move a6. And now after long thought, 15 minutes approximately it looked like, was the move rook to b1. Now, he was supposed to be sacking the pawn. Now he's saving the pawn. Okay, he changed his mind. He's not sure. So then queen e6 lands on the board. And now Levon said, okay, I'm going to play the move b5, allowing knight to d4, queen d3, and now knight takes pawn. And you'd figure there's going to be a trade on b5. But now Levon said, aha, tricked you. I told you I was going to sack the pawn and play the move bishop to e2. And now his opponent has gone into deep thought. And finally, it looks like the plan has unfolded because Deac is down to 749, which is where we would have expected him to be. And Levon is away from the board, except Levon only has 421. What is happening here? I mean, it's supposed to be rapid. It's supposed to be GMs who know how to manage their clock properly. And we're seeing anything but in this game. It's about to be complete chaos as they devolve into some kind of blitz mode, as Deac is sure to be under 5 minutes. I might even guess he's probably going to be under 2 minutes soon. And this game is just simply insane, even though only 12 moves have been played. Guys?
It's like a drama after 12 moves. It's really remarkable. Big drama is also unfolding, Peter, in the game of our tournament leader. Extra pawn? What's going on?
Yeah, it's difficult to understand. I think they're trying to kind of out macho each other there a little bit. We left it somewhere around here. G4, bishop c2 is correct, rook b2. And here, first kind of interesting and unclear to me sequence where bishop d3 seems very natural. And instead, MVL played bishop d3 a move later, forcing white to play knight d4, which is a move white wants to make in every single position. Which
Nazi was saying, let me get my knight to c6.
Yeah, but still kind of okay. But then after knight c6, rook da8 is not the first choice. Now d5, d6 immediately is very strong because you would think the bishop is hanging, but actually d6, d7 is a much more relevant threat here than anything, and white is pressing. Instead, bishop b1 happens.
Okay.
Now, if black just protects the pawn on e7, black apparently is completely fine. If you play d6, I will, I guess, just take on b1 and put something on d3, and I'm completely fine suddenly. Rook bg1. I guess we have bishop d2. Maybe he missed that. And then rook takes d6, and the knight is hanging. So rook e2 isn't actually winning any material. But
sharp.
Sharp, but calculable for MVL. And MVL has plenty of time. Instead, he continues leaving the pawn on e7 unprised, and it finally gets picked up. And rook takes h3 is really not what the engine was suggesting. It was suggesting playing either bishop g5 or perhaps rook a1, although now rook h3 appears on my screen. But this is like genuinely scary now. The pair of pawns on e5 and d6
I was always taught that those pawns were really frightening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as Greenfield players, you learn that they don't always just automatically win. We do have bishop g5, which will control the sort of the queening squares. You currently probably have to play rook a4 to generate some potential counterplay along the fourth rank. And the engine doesn't suggest it's all that much, but visually, this looks quite scary and quite a promising position for Vladimir.
We go knight c6, directly threatening.
Instead of bishop b4?
No, bishop b4, rook a4, and knight c6.
Threatening d7.
Yeah. We have bishop b6.
That hangs b5?
But attacks g4, I think it feels like once we've established some sort of control, there will be enough counterplay, because the white king is a little bit uncomfortable, and g4 is going to be very difficult to protect. We're never playing f2, f3, because after rook a2 we might get mated suddenly. This seems to be okay, but it's a kind of okay which is a lot easier when you have a screen which tells you the right moves.
Right.
Yeah, I think MVL could have had a much easier life in this game, and in fact, when this endgame just appeared on the board, he could have maybe even been the side pressing.
King g2.
King g2 played, yeah.
No knight c6. No.
Yeah, king g2 and now rook h4. A move which maybe is not that easy to make, but if you realize f3 bishop f4 is completely unplayable, maybe you can play rook h4.
So king g3, I mean, that's the natural follow-up to...
Yeah. And then rook a3 check starts.
F4,
rook a3 check, I think.
Bishop f3.
You can play f3 here, though.
No, sorry, f4, bishop f3.
Yeah, once again, how easy is this? I mean, you will probably make these moves because all the other moves lose. Right. You will be greatly aided in your quest by the fact that the alternative is to resign.
Right.
But how easy is it to assess that you're completely fine here, which you are as black? Not sure.
Not sure.
Not sure. This is a very enjoyable game to watch all of a sudden, even though I think it could have been a lot safer for black.
Wow, thank you, Peter. And clock time's a factor here, because at one moment, I thought
they both had around 7 minutes. So
okay.
Not in time trouble yet.
Yeah, at one moment I thought that Vladimir had gone into a tank.
By the way, Aravindh has played all the right moves with king g6 and rook h5, as Peter was showing us.
Okay, that was the piece sacrifice game with h4. So they went all the way up to this point, and I think Peter was showing us actually a really
we were playing queen
d7,
move. But bishop d7 is also completely fine, and bishop d7 is like an illustration of just how powerless white is to generate a single threat here.
Because queen g3, obviously we were hoping to make hay on a discover check. No, nothing powerful.
It's very disappointing for white.
Yeah.
Right?
Black just wants to play queen h8, rook g8, and then say, okay, who is attacking who exactly on the king side?
Now that you mention it, though, Peter, is queen h8 even more relevant than bishop d7?
Both are good.
Both are good.
Yeah, I mean...
Just both are good.
Yeah,
that's
all
good.
of these moves are sort of interchangeable. You can maybe make a very, fine argument for one over the other if you analyze it with an engine, but they're all strong.
All right, and we'll toss it to Maurice in Warsaw.
Thanks, Yas. Well, again, it is interesting when you talk about this idea of time management in rapid. The fact of the matter is, in chess, your strength is not just how much you know, how much you understand. There's so many other things that go into it. Of course, it's how you act under pressure, your resiliency in the face of a withering attack, or even as you lose a game in a tournament. Do you come back? Do you bounce back well? There's so many factors, and one of them is how you handle the clock. That features into strength, because you can have those players who get into time pressure, but then they play extremely well when they're in time pressure. Then there are those who never allow themselves to be in any time pressure whatsoever. They make quick decisions. They're usually very practical. They may not make 100% best moves. They make those good enough moves that keep the game going, and they always have enough time to think. And we see that happen a lot in rapid. Do you have that right balance between good moves and also great handling of the clock? You see this game with Topalov, for example. He's been worse for some time. probably nobody believes the attack should work out. But look at the clock times. He's the one with 6.5 minutes on his clock. His opponent is defending with 1:51. Look, Aravindh yesterday, when he was under pressure against Praggnanandhaa, when he was actually winning the game, blundered with a few seconds on the clock and ended up losing the game. Again, how do you handle that kind of time pressure? We will have to pay very careful to that one to see how it goes. The other game that we've been paying attention to was the game with Aronian and Deac. Remember when Aronian was way down on the clock? Remember when I said, guess what's going to happen? Deac will find himself somewhere under 2 minutes. Well, he is now at 1:05 somehow, miraculously, or not so miraculously if you know better. His time advantage has simply evaporated. He now only on move 16, and Levon is the one picking up the pace as he has played quickly when he is sitting at 4 minutes as well. Don't believe, folks, that if you're trying to be a good chess player, that you are going to be able to ignore how you manage the clock. It is an integral part of strength, and these players have figured out for themselves what works. Deac feels like he can always play in time pressure. I would say, though, if I were you, don't try this at home. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I noticed that we did not see the move rook h4 by MVL. We saw the move rook c3, Peter.
Yeah, and I think it's a very understandable reaction by MVL. If you go back to this position, you can play rook h4, but it's a very calculation-heavy move, and it runs a risk of you stranding your own rook in no man's land. And instead, he played rook c3. The best move for white here was something like rook c2, f2, f3 is not really suggested by the engine. And now after bishop g5, black is back to being quite safe. Bishop f4 was playable. Rook c1 was maybe the cleanest way to immediately equalize, but nothing wrong with bishop g5. I don't quite like the fact that in this position the engine suggests you absolutely have to do this. But having said that, maybe it isn't that scary, because the d-pawn isn't really running. Even if you play bishop c6, it's hard to imagine. Oh, sorry, that's a full bishop I'm blundering. There is, first line is bishop takes f7, but that's not a winning combination. That's a combination trying to equalize king e8, rook takes b5, and simply rook takes g5. And there's a bunch of ways here to equalize, because this pawn on e6 will probably fall if I just attack it with a couple of pieces. But after knight d5, everything else, once again, will put MVL in a dangerous situation. Like rook a3 is trouble. Rook c1 might actually lose to some d7 tactics somewhere.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, we have games at the very top of the leaderboard, but the one you want to watch is that game between Levon and Deac, because this is such a roller coaster. And I have no idea what's going on.
Trying really hard to get chess 960 position. He's one of the players who absolutely loves chess 960.
Yeah.
And if we can get, yes, his queen on d3 looks so unnatural in front of the pawn.
And he's just sacrificed a piece, has a Levon. He's taking advantage of this.
I think he's taking the queen on e6.
Yeah, he's taking advantage of the clock. Okay, he sacrificed 2 knights and a rook for the queen. But he's got c4, I guess.
Yeah, and after rook takes e6, which Levon will have to play, there's nothing else. There's a massive moment for black, because if Deac finds knight f4,
he didn't.
He actually is. He didn't. Sorry, I'm looking at the screen and misrecognizing the pieces. Yeah, bishop takes e6 is so natural. Everybody plays bishop takes e6 here.
But knight f4
now?
Yes,
c4 knight before is fine for black.
But
somehow.
But it was knight f4 was his missed opportunity.
Yeah, and Levon, if he finds it, has a way to bail out here, which is very spectacular. I still don't quite understand why it works so well. He needs to take on d5. Bishop takes d5 is c4 is a fork.
Right.
And if you take with a pawn, bishop takes g7, suddenly just, oops, not king e3, of course. It just makes a draw. Because king h8, queen e5 check, you don't really want to play f6, queen takes e6. Your pieces aren't really all that great. Right. And you're not that much material up to give up a full bishop for nothing. And this is a perpetual, and this is also a perpetual, because if you start running forward, you might
Regret.
Yeah, because once again, you're not really all that well coordinated. You're not getting mated, but you will have to drop some material. And then with the king on f5, it doesn't really seem like you're playing for a win.
I don't believe Levon wants to bail out, though, because look at the clock times, right?
Yeah, 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's true, but...
And we do have bishop takes d5, just as you predicted.
Bishop d5, I think, is an indication he is... although, I guess after c takes d5, you can play a4 and then bishop takes g7, and that leads to positions you can maybe...
You can still take on
bishop
g7,
takes
right?
g7.
Yeah.
So we've got c takes d5.
Yeah, Levon will play a4, I think. Levon is going to try to exploit the fact that his opponent is on 10 seconds
Let's take
and
a
will
look.
be...
A4, 96.
96, bishop takes g7.
Bishop takes f2.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop takes f2 is very, very strong. Very nicely spotted. King f2, you can even throw in
Check,
94
right?
check, yeah, and then king takes g7. And the engine says it's slightly preferable for black, but playable, because the king is not very safe. We play queen d4 check, I guess. We play d2, d3.
Rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3 or rook b6, something like this, yeah.
We do have a4, knight d6, bishop g7, just as predicted.
Whoa!
No, he didn't play bishop. He didn't include bishop
Now he's
f2.
going to be worse.
Oh
I think.
my goodness! But I think he
he's
just
going to be
forgot to
worse.
include
Levon
bishop
has
f2.
two options now. He can take the
Queen
bishop,
g3 even.
or he can take the knight with queen g3. He took the bishop.
I think
that was a
the
free
clock
pawn on
times.
F2.
Yeah, I think the clock times are going to be a decisive factor. But again, lots of material for the queen. Knight e4.
But after queen d4 and d3, there are no good squares. The thing is,
Queen e4. I have to do something.
rook b3. This is
Rook
horrible.
b3.
I want G4 also, but there's
This is
H6.
horrible, yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
He's gone knight c4, which is understandable, but still queen d4 check and rook b3 is going to be massively annoying. Knight c4, I'm pretty sure we pretty much always start with that check, king g8 only move. And now we go rook b3 for provoke f6, because otherwise you probably get mated. Provoke f6, then we play something like...
and he's done it. By the way, we've caught up with the players.
Yeah, rook g3 check. I guess you play king... This is such an annoying spot on 10 seconds, because king h8 has drawbacks, king f7 has drawbacks. You're not happy with either of your choices.
Yeah, king f7 just felt like I'm allowing too many bad attacking. That bad man is attacking me. King h8, okay.
You can still imagine black consolidating, though.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have rook h3 yet, so...
No, that's a good news. But I'd love
h4,
to play
h5,
h4.
h6 is good, yeah.
Yes, I'd love to put my pawn on h6 so that I could play rook to g7.
Knight e5, probably.
Knight e5,
Yeah,
fair.
h5, yeah.
Just...
We're just strengthening our
Trade
position.
rook, maybe rook g8, so I don't get checkmated.
Rook g8, queen f4, h3. That's very restrained by Levon.
I've never known Levon to...
Yeah, that is surprising to me, because
Whoa.
rook b8 is a good move. Yeah, now I think black has a very good chance of stabilizing. I don't think white is ever going to be worse, because just materially we're not that far behind, and the king on h8 is not very safe.
Right.
And this is a bishop and knight, not two bishops.
So that one tempo can be that important, wasting it on h3 instead of h4.
Yes.
The advantage is almost gone.
Also, it's like those lines where you put your pawn on h6 and all of those deep thought. Let's just toss it to you, Maurice, in Warsaw.
Whoa. What happened there?
Well, that one definitely took a strange turn. And again, about time pressure. And the other time pressure game we were talking about was that one between Topalov and Aravindh. And again, Topalov just ratcheted up the gambling, casino-style, swashbuckling nature of his play. And if I could just jump back to this position you see here on my screen, as you can see the clock times, Aravindh was in tremendous time pressure with his king facing down against this white queen, and Topalov said, you know what, here's a rook, and I sacked a piece for 2 pawns, who cares, I'll give you the exchange as well. And then Aravindh said, well, if you can sack, I can sack, but not really a true queen sacrifice. But here comes the move, bishop to b1, pinning that knight and leaving the queen under attack. And Aravindh said, you know what, instead of playing f5, which was, by the way, the most natural move, I'm going to sack an exchange. So the game now takes this turn, and after queen takes g5, bishop takes, and now somehow material's even, like out of nowhere. And then after f5, the bishop dropped back to c2. And here he should play calmly, but with no time on the clock, he's not just going to play the move knight b7, for example, to bring his night into the game, he decided to trade queens, and this is where Topalov's gamble did finally pay off, as this is not as bad for white as all that. King G5, Rook B1, keeping the knight out, and now the game is starting to equalize itself as Topalov has escaped all the danger, and as you can tell, when you're in time pressure, yeah, you can get a good position, congratulations, but you've got to keep it up when that clock is ticking.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, it looks like Topalov has definitely sped up his pace, as he's more than
7,
aware.
6, 5.
5.
3. He played with 3 seconds.
With 3 seconds. Let me bring that game up on my board as well, just because he took. And so I'm assuming Veselin is intending knight e4.
G8, defending the pawn.
Okay, so there is some rook g4 sighting.
Yeah, knight e4 actually was the most natural move in the position, and it's not good, specifically because of rook g8, g4. It's just a waste of 2 tempi. And white is in trouble again.
Yeah, I was going to say, black still has an extra pawn. Very active king.
Should have just gone king f1, king e2 here.
Yeah,
exactly.
The white's king needs to...
And to also, well...
It's, yeah, I mean, your hand just plays knight e4 here, but once you realize rook g8, g4 comes so quickly, because, he has to just put it back, and now we can play rook g4.
And he's done it, Aravindh.
That's why I'd have to trade the rooks,
Okay, there's a threat alert.
Now, if
By the way, there's a dirty trick. Yeah. Apologies, Peter. There is if you go knight b7, could I play a5?
Yeah, and then b5.
With the breakthrough of b5 intention.
King g5 is currently completely winning for black.
It must be.
In the correct position. Yeah, just go king g5 for now. Yeah, but he goes rook takes b4, I think, is an improvement in fortunes. But still, whoa. C takes b4. Did you already look?
Yeah.
No, I mean, what's the best move, do you think?
I already saw.
Oh, no, king d3.
Oh my God.
King f4.
It's winning.
These kids are kind of good at chess.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Just before.
And just e3, e2. E3 followed by e2 is just completely resignable.
Because knight f3, e2.
And the king is never coming back.
The king is never.
Oh my God.
And Veselin now is aware.
And he's done it on 10 seconds. It's not like he had time to consider.
This white king is just...
Like stalemated.
Yeah, it's totally trapped.
That's, wow, so beautiful. Extra knight and it's
That is so gorgeous, yeah.
No, the problem that I'm having is you don't have to make a rook or a queen yet.
That is very cute, yes. That is. Best move is probably c7, c5 here, yeah?
Yes.
I'm assuming the fastest winning move here is c7, c5.
Nice.
Inviting you to take en passant and creating an unstoppable passer, and then I actually put the queen on the board, and then go king f2, c8, queen takes g1.
Nice, nice. Oh. But what a marvelous move.
No, this is a stunner from Aravindh. It's not that difficult if you're calm and if you're at home, but on 10 seconds in his first GCT appearance.
And at the same time, you're seeing these breakthroughs with b5, a5 and b5 for
and
white.
Also, he was winning before, and it felt like it slipped away from him. And then to find this beautiful combination.
Yeah,
very
we think that he's winning. I wanted to go to the MVL game, Vladimir and MVL, because when it looks like they've just, everything's calmed down, and it's...
Yeah, they're repeating about
a draw.
MVL is like,
they can't offer.
Yeah.
This one died down.
A draw?
But a massive turnaround again in the game between Levon and Deac. Deac is now better.
And the clock times? Veselin, I think, has lost this game.
Yes, he resigned.
Yes. Impressive play by Aravindh. Okay.
Levon in trouble.
Levon in trouble, although in less trouble than he was just one move ago, if we can just briefly bring this up.
D4, C4?
He could have played bishop takes c4 here. Could have just gone for it. Bishop c4, if you take, I play d3, queen d2, knight e5, and I'm just kind of trying to queen it. The board is not on screen, so we are.
I see.
I'll also give you an update. Firouzja is now trying for something. He has an advantage.
Yeah.
He managed to break through in that position.
Okay.
Okay, we're at the
Let's
game
go to
between
Alireza.
Alireza and
Oh no, he should have played
Praggnanandhaa.
c5 this last move.
Yeah, I don't know why he bailed. I guess he still thinks he might win the pawn on a5 here.
Yes.
The move ago, he had c5 and here.
Yes. C5, followed by rook d6, followed
We
by
have a
c6,
very
c7.
nice pawn, yeah.
That's a
Looks
clear
very
advantage
promising.
for Alireza. Alireza captured. He didn't put too much.
But he's not even...
Queen a8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a bit conservative, but it's still fine because white has had to play g2, g4 at some point, meaning that the white king is not safe from counterplay at all. And once the rook on f8 starts generating some threats, I think it should be okay.
By the way, we don't have to switch, but I see Levon is winning now.
But wow, back and
Levon has
forth.
won basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
the game
actually won
is
already.
over. He just delivered mate somehow.
What?
In trouble.
Time trouble. This game is going to be a draw. I'm going to go back to the game of Levon. Apologies here.
It's already over.
It's already over even.
Yeah, and Prague now can
He
play
was
queen
better.
e4. Yeah, queen e4 makes an immediate draw by Prague, and I think he should probably take it. I don't think he has any kind of realistic winning chances. Yeah, there we have it. Queen e4 just instantly equalizes everything. You have to take. You have
Right.
to take on a5, and then rook takes g4, and nobody plays that for a win.
Exactly. Takes.
Rook g4, king h3, or even h5. Honestly, just play
Yes.
h5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alireza disagreeing with us.
Wow. King
Queen d3 check.
G3.
Yeah, well, queen d3 check. We're not playing f3. If you play f3 there, you might actually. Whoa.
I'm
Prague
wondering,
also-
I'm wondering, what are you doing? That
That's
I think
scary.
rook b8 still successfully bails though. Rook b8 is going to be in a perpetual check. Rook b8, queen g1, king h3. There is nothing there. But
He's not going
whoa,
for it.
he really is insistent on playing this. Yeah, queen g1 check, king h3. He will play it in fact. But there's queen f1 there.
Queen f1.
Yeah, you have enough. But then king h2.
They're both playing for a win. It's a very equal position.
Yeah, the most-
Yeah, they're very insistent on continuing to. Yeah, queen f1. He will play king h2. I'm pretty sure. It's Alireza we're talking
Inviting
about.
rook
He is not.
e2.
Not afraid of rook.
But then queen c4 actually. Queen c4, and you cannot take on a5 because of queen c7 check.
Oops.
But he has rook b7. He's not going to be running any risks anyway.
I think he's down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he
5
goes king h2
seconds?
Anyway. No,
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe he'll gain
E3.
some time and then play king h2.
But I feel like white's risking more because
Well,
at
queen-
best we win the a5 pawn. At worst we get checkmated.
That's the worst part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the players have calmed
he is up
down.
to 18, 17 seconds, so he has a little bit more time to consider king h2.
But king h2, queen
against,
c4.
25. Queen c4 will be 7. And you
Okay,
want to play...
but f7's defended.
No.
Nah,
Yeah, he's taking the draw.
I think this is now going to be claimed. And the round is coming to a conclusion a little bit. There's going to be 2 decisive. If this ends the way we think it ends, there's going to be.
Only 2 decisive games.
Although Gavrilescu Duda has kind of heated up just now. It was sort of whoa. Prague also not satisfied with the draw just yet. Rook d8, creating a threat of rook d3.
So
You can play rook d5,
rook
I guess.
d5, right? Just trade.
Yeah, and then you rook b3.
Rook b3.
Isn't
Everybody is extremely ambitious.
a little bit better now.
Yeah,
Like,
queen
from
c4.
practical standpoint.
Yeah, queen c4 always rook b7 though.
Whoa. King h3.
Well, I mean, if you play queen g2 there, you are actually worse after takes rook
Takes
d4.
rook d4.
It was no longer an option.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So
You're right.
rook d2 is too ambitious.
Rook
Oh, it's a
d4
blunder.
loses to something. To rook b7, I guess.
Oh no.
And king h2.
Or check first?
Yeah,
No,
he's
rook
going
b7,
for rook
yeah.
b7. Wow, f7 just you can't defend.
Well,
It's over.
And
check.
king
yes.
h2
King
now.
h2.
Yeah. And king h2 now.
No more checks.
Oh my god. It's
Wow.
no, queen c4.
Queen f6.
Queen f6 and
Oh, excuse me, queen f6. Yeah, I
queen
understand.
c8. Oh, I know.
Queen takes f7.
Yeah.
No, he's actually
He just made move with 1 second.
Yeah,
Now
but queen
after queen
f6
f6,
just-
wow, Alireza tricked him.
Oh.
Not really. Not he just
Tricked
decided to
himself.
continue. Decided to continue for
Prague.
one move too far. Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be
It's really sad.
pleased with
Prague.
this. Alireza just starts dumping pieces on the board.
And he says you're clocked.
Yeah.
Did he flag? I think
Yeah,
so,
yeah, I think he has flag.
Yeah, I think it was the flag. But I like that you just
like,
the pieces on the board.
Your opponent is still thinking. You just start setting the position back.
Okay, sorry, we have
One
a game.
game still going on.
Which one?
Duda is playing against David.
Yes. And just for those of you who missed this is like, okay, I'm not
5,
calling your
4,
flag.
3, 2. Let's see, 1, 0. And basically, the moment it's 0, he just starts gathering pieces and putting them on the board.
Yep. We're done.
Let's set up for the next game.
We are done here.
Duda's a pawn up.
But I think it's fine, yeah.
Dead.
I think it's fine.
He's gonna lose one of the extra pawns.
Well, just a second. I have a check. Where do you put your king?
Back
to
on
G2.
G2, I think.
And then F3 check?
King
F2,
F2, Rook B2.
King E3,
King E3.
and then King D3,
Yes.
I think. And
So
then I
it's
have Rook
still-
F4 check, Rook takes
there's still
F3.
some-
Yes.
Well, he has
I was
13
trying to make those tricks as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Rook B1 check just to try to.
Or honestly, King F2 now, because I think pretty much every single move here makes the draw in some way. But you still have to be
Really?
precise
Okay, I'm
afterward.
going to play F3 check.
Yeah, King F2. we've been there, yeah. We've been there.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so
that was good enough.
yeah, 3 decisive games then, not 2.
Okay. Clock times, it looks like
5 seconds for Duda.
5.
King G7, take on G4, King F5, and go back to G8.
Take on take on. No. Draw.
No, yeah, this.
Yeah.
He might play this out, but yeah, people kind of know how to hold the Philidor position these days. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Philidor position these days gets held quite comfortably by most players.
400 years ago, we
Yeah.
determined that
Was
the
that really
Philidor.
400 years ago?
All
It
the
feels like
kings
it,
were
yeah.
ironed out in the
Yeah.
intervening time period.
Right. The kinks.
Yeah, the kings have been ironed out. Rook B3,
Sophisticated.
very sophisticated.
Too sophisticated.
B7.
B7.
Yeah, B7 is good here. B7, Rook B7, Rook H3.
Showing great knowledge.
Yeah. I want my Rook on H3, please. Rook H3.
Yes.
Actually, Rook H3 here.
And then
Not that it matters, just
Yeah, just to insist.
just to absolutely insist on doing this the right way, so to speak.
Okay,
Although-
F3.
Although I must
Rook
admit, Rook H3 is good, but Rook H7 isn't the worst thing that ever happened.
Then check King E3, and you have to do the other thing.
Yes.
Then you actually are forced to do the other thing,
Okay.
which you should still not lose. But,
No.
yeah, but
And here we go.
yeah, I think from here you feel quite confident. Yeah.
So the whole idea is we're going to put our king on F2. We're waiting for black to play the move F3. And once we see the move F3, then we can go to the back rank. And there's no king F3. We want the pawn occupying the F3 square,
Yeah, Duda's still testing him for a few moves.
right?
Well, I guess if they had no increment, he could flag him, but now they're up to 45 seconds, yeah.
I think he's mainly just checking if he missed anything. He's kind of playing through the endgame in his mind, trying to see if he missed something important, but I don't think he has.
Right. So did we have 2 decisive games?
3 actually,
Three.
because Alireza won that.
That was,
Yeah.
that was, okay, now we can take the rook comfortably. And easy draw, king and pawn endgame.
We're going to see F3? Nope.
There was a quiz about stalemates.
Yes.
Yesterday we got
So
quiz.
this would count. Like now Duda is
Yes.
on a stalemate, so this
Yes.
is going to count.
Yes.
I see.
I'm pretty sure
That's a draw.
like 90% of, maybe 95% of all the stalemates in the tour are this particular position with one color or the other.
Exactly.
I think it's pretty much all of them.
We're going to toss it over to Maurice for a view of round 4.
What I've got to tell you, In chess, there is no such thing as momentum or a trend. Okay, you might disagree with me, but sometimes we tell ourselves storylines. For example, Praggnanandhaa, no doubt, after winning that second round game against Aravindh, might have thought, that's the luck I needed, the wind to my sails that might take me forward so that I can finally win this event or potentially win this event. Okay, maybe he wouldn't overstate the story as such because despite his young age, he is already a veteran and knows anything can happen. Well, anything did happen as he tumbled to a loss yesterday in the final round, and now, boom, in a position where he was actually just easily drawing. After defending for a little bit and defending quite well, he decided to go for it. And in one move, rook to d4, we take a look on this board, this move, rook to d4, he's going to be seeing in his nightmares this move that turned the whole thing around. Remember, he and Alireza were right behind Fedoseev in the standings. A draw, they're still just right there, right behind. But now with this one move, he allowed Alireza to take the bull by the horns and play the move rook to b7. And now he is in dire straits, nothing to do about the attack and tumbling to a loss. And Alireza, I mean, he's thinking, thanks for the gift. I was ready to take a draw. I was defending. It would have been okay. But now the reigning champ on the Grand Chess Tour shows exactly why he's such a tough person to beat and why it is that odds are that he's the one who's going to end up winning this tournament in the end. But guess what? Again, the narrative? Yeah. Don't count the story as finished just yet because there's still a long way to go. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, a long way to go, but we're going to be going on break. Before we go on break, we reach that time in our broadcast where we get to check in with our friends at Boutique and see, you know, what's the special for today. Well, here we have it. The newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket is here. And it's not to be missed. The jackets are made of 95% polyester, 5% spandex, that's what I'm talking about, and feature an outstanding durable hot-press logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front. Available in men's and women's styles. All your chess shopping needs, in fact, are available at QBoutiqueSTL.com. And then we have a graphic of a quiz. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're going to be stumped.
So the question is, how many times has the winner of the first event of the GCT gone on to win the whole tour? Okay.
2, 3, or 4?
How many times?
We're going to have a break to think. I'm probably going to go with 4.
Really?
Yeah, because somehow getting off to a good start in these GCT tours. Yeah.
Well, we'll know the answer after the break.
And
but as we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with veteran GCT player Grandmaster Levon Aronian. So take a listen.
Always a good one. I've got something great to say. How did he win so quickly against Deac? Bishop takes c4 and...
Levon, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour, this time as a full tour player. And what do you think about the fact that you have like 4 and perhaps even 5 events ahead?
That's absolutely amazing. I'm really, it's a real privilege and an honor to be part of this, especially this is the 10th anniversary. What can I say? I'm just going to try and be a good representative of all those years that I've played in the Grand Chess Tour and play my best.
Yeah, now that you mentioned the anniversary, you said that you've been part of the tour since the early days. Like, can you a little bit speak about it, like how Grand Chess Tour has changed and actually how did you change over these years?
Yeah, I think at first it was, we were not sure how long it's going to be, so it was interesting, but we thought, well, at one moment, I think when Norway Chess kind of left, we thought, oh, you know, it's going to split somehow. But then new tournaments came around, so it's been a very interesting ride. A couple of times, I think I was invited instead of other players, and So now that I'm invited as a full player for this year, I think I need to justify the invitation. And as me, well, what can I say? I think I had some good events, some bad events. I think right now I'm recovering, getting better, I think. Although, of course, it's very hard. When you're after 40, you have to run to catch up with the young players. But for me, this is such a great joy to be one of the guys who represents my generation.
Do you feel like full of energy and ready to compete in this event and the next events?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm very excited. You know, I love playing chess, and it's a special event. It's always been, and I won a couple of times, and I want to win again.
And speaking about the 10th anniversary, is it any particular game which you would probably frame and put on the wall from GCT events? Anything you can recall?
Well, probably when I beat Fabi. I think was it 2015? I think I beat him in one of the early rounds. It was a crushing game. It was very enjoyable to play.
So maybe you can put it so Fabi we can visit and check it. I remember we also have some memories, right?
Well, he always remembers this game when we have ever talked with him, because it was very traumatic. Because I think after that game, he stopped playing this whole opening.
I see. So there is a big history here. Yeah, back in 2015. And like now that we start to speak about like looking back at your chess career, is there anything you've done that, let's say, that you'd never do the same way again?
Well, you know, it's always hard to say those things, but I generally don't have any regrets of my career or my life. I'm happy, and I'm happy that I stayed fair, and I stayed a person who gets the respect of the chess world, and I love the chess world, and the fact that I have many friends in the chess world makes me very happy.
Yeah, the chess world also loves you, and I was thinking about it that perhaps maybe if one day you would finally have a podcast, I don't know, something like the Levon's Hour or something like this, what would you talk about, and what it would be about?
I think I'm more interested in educational things, you know, just talking and trying to bring more people to play chess and understand the subtleties. Maybe I would do something. I think so. Boris Grebenshchikov, a Russian musician, he has this wonderful kind of a podcast where he talks about different music that he hears and he appreciates, and it's very educational. So maybe one day I would do something similar, like his Ira stuff. I will do something that has connection with chess games that I love, or chess players, or chess things that I've learned throughout the way, and I don't know. But I haven't thought about it. Now that you told me,
maybe I'll give you the idea.
Maybe we should work together on this.
It's a good point. I will think about it for sure. And coming back to Superbet tournament, now that Fabi is not playing and you cannot beat him, like whom are you looking forward to play against, and what do you think about the field?
Well, I am looking forward to play against Jan-Krzysztof the most, because I had a very traumatic game. I lost to him in World Blitz Championship in New York, and I would like to, you know, try and get a revenge.
Good idea. Yes, so it sounds interesting, and I see some intrigue is also behind the scenes here. So all the best of luck for you, Levon. Thank you so much for the interview. Enjoy the tournament.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland. immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats versus Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. Players just finished round 4, and while they're getting started for round 5, let's find out the answer.
I'm going with 4.
I'm going with 3.
I was going to take 3, but okay, I'll take 2.
And the answer is, I was trying.
Yes!
We forced her to take only 2. Magnus and Fabi. Wow, that is very, very surprising. Tell us about our standings after 4 rounds of rapids.
Well, we have a little bit of a change in leadership now. There's 2 players in the lead. That's Alireza, Firouzja, and Vladimir Fedoseev sharing first. And in clear third is Aravindh after that beautiful win against Topalov.
It certainly was. I peeked ahead on the pairings, and we have some very good pairings coming up. Tell us about round 5 pairings.
I think our key matchups will be Aravindh against Fedoseev.
Yes.
We also have Prag against Levon, Duda against Alireza.
That was the one in particular I thought was going to be very crucial.
Then MVL's playing Gavrilescu and Deac against Topalov.
You know, sorry, it happened so fast, Peter. I didn't understand how Deac lost that game.
He sort of shuffled for a bit too long, and Levon advanced quite a bit on the king side. Looks like he didn't really have many attacking pieces, but he made very good use of them.
Because Daniel had 2 minor pieces and a rook.
Yeah, and he kept on making non-moves, and white went g5, h4, h5, and kind of progressed.
And you got the standard mating net with the pawn on f6.
I think Deac just decided it holds, and then kind of panicked and decided it doesn't hold, and made some unfortunate kind of changes of structure. And time, I'm pretty sure, played the more important role there than actual chess, because the position was safe.
I think that's the problem when you play with only 10 seconds for that long.
Right.
Eventually you get to that point
Yeah,
where...
we've also seen the exact same thing against Alireza yesterday, right? He got to down to 10 seconds, made a bunch of very strong moves, completely outplayed Alireza in a portion of that game.
Right.
And then it got to him, and he made one massive mistake, and that was it.
Yeah, too much time trouble, if you will. I'm still kind of puzzled by the whole game between Alireza and Pragg, because Pragg had defended very well. He had a draw in his hands anytime he wanted. Then he suddenly got ambitious with no time on his clock, too.
Yeah, I think I've seen it before from him, where both of them, honestly, they kept on foregoing the opportunity to just repeat.
Right.
And both of them were kind of unwilling to back down. But in particular on 10 seconds, I think trying to play it slightly safer is never a big mistake. And in a position he had, like, the one bad thing that could happen to him if he was if he loses control of the back rank somehow.
Right.
And rook d4, unless it wins something on the spot, you shouldn't.
Right.
Because you're not really going to be able to evaluate it properly, and it introduces a degree of risk to the position which you really should not be introducing.
The position was pretty misleading, because at first glance, it's white's king that's in trouble.
Yeah,
H3.
exactly.
And that's why Pragg forgot that his king can also get in trouble very quickly after rook b7. It's basically resign.
Yeah.
Because there's just no way to defend f7. Yeah. And round 5 is underway. I've got in front of me my game of Duda and Alireza. Again, Jan-Krzysztof is a big crowd favorite as he's going up against our defending Grand Chess Tour champion.
And someone who is also in the lead currently.
Exactly. Knight f3, d5, c2, c4. Is he borrowing a page of the Benoni, inviting...
a lot of options. d4, you can play, of course.
g3, e3, even b4.
Even b4, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
e6.
I actually...
I think yesterday Duda played Catalan against Fedoseev.
Yes.
And then Fedoseev played a6, right. There was no Catalan.
But also, again, Vladimir played it against Alireza, g2, g3, and he had that really he had an extra pawn, knight takes c4, knight went back to e3, g2, g3, an invitation for the Catalan. And again, in the first day of play, we saw bishop e7. Will he repeat? No.
He's switching it up. He's going for c5, early c5, which often transposes to some kind of Queen's Gambit accepted positions when everything comes off, including the queen's really fast.
Exactly. Remember, there was a time when this line was all the rage, and it was actually a game. Garry Kasparov was on the white side. Ulf Andersson was on the black side, and Ulf made an easy draw.
This has somewhat disappeared, because I think these days they reply to queen a4. I don't want to, I'm not a huge specialist on this, but I think this has become a much more topical line here. You can play b5 here, or you can play cd4, knight d4, rook c8, and this has been discussed quite a bit. So we'll see what happens.
We do have queen a4 and bishop d7.
CD4 is not really something that people do anymore.
Exactly.
The big turning point here is CD4 is a way to equalize cleanly, but it doesn't really offer black very much in a way of playing for a win. Or you can play b5, a position in which both queen d3 and also a slightly weird-looking move queen c3 is
c3.
Trying to provoke b4, and basically the change in structure here, if I play queen d3, you probably will play c5, c4. And alternatively, if I play queen c3, you probably will play b4 but not c4 because now it's gone.
Right.
But it also removed the pawn from a square in which it was hanging in quite a lot of variations. So
exactly.
We'll see. But c4, knight takes d4, rook c8, knight c3, knight d4, queen d4, bishop c5 is also a massive, massive topic of discussion. Queen h4, and black often just gives up the pawn on b7. In fact, does give up the pawn on b7 because famously bishop c6, which looks like the most natural move in the world,
yes.
rook b1, queen b6 kind of loses to bishop h6 somewhere. You take on c6 first, and then you play bishop h6.
Yeah, and
people have blundered
Wesley
this.
So, I think, blundered this.
Yeah, people have blundered this. Even very strong players have blundered this,
yes.
and it kind of ends the game on the spot. It's really, really bad for black. But obviously not obligatory, and castles here is playable. Even the move h7, h6, I think they have begun making recently, just taking away the threat of bishop g5 by mechanically, so to speak,
right.
removing it from the conversation.
Thank you, Peter. And this is a big matchup between these two. In fact, Duda and Alireza, how do they match up, Nazi?
Well, apparently they
Whoa.
have 6 draws, but Alireza has 3 more wins.
But 10 wins.
10 wins.
Boy,
total, yes.
wow. I didn't, and 7 for Duda. I mean, these guys really do punch. Punch.
And it is
hard.
very quickly
Queen H4.
progressing all the way to the position that we were discussing. And now the big, he has played bishop c6, interesting.
Bishop c6.
Yeah. Obviously, queen b6, queen takes 6 is not forced. After rook d1, you can still make better moves here than the ones we were talking about. Queen a5 specifically is maybe the only way to continue. The difference being, let me try to figure it out. If I take, and I play bishop h6 anyway.
Yes.
Ah, very clever. Looks like we are losing.
No.
But this is why we played queen a5.
To protect g5
This is why we played queen a5, and this is now controlled by that queen all the way over there, and black is completely fine. So I am expecting, if rook d1 does happen, which it should, but it hasn't, maybe because both of them know, bishop 6, rook c6, bishop g5 was chosen instead, and now black has really only 2 playable options, but they are very natural. You can play bishop b7, or you can play queen d4.
I find queen d4.
After queen d4, what if white goes e4 and doesn't trade?
Now we can go castles, rook a d1, queen e5, and it looks precariously placed on e5, but it's difficult to chase it down because I will have the h5 square if you do this. So, and bishop e7 is a kind of a more restrained option, but also appears to be playable.
Thank you, Peter. I noticed that Duda has more than 25 minutes on his clock, so his preparation, if that's what it is, but it feels like it's just equality.
But that's the problem with the state of modern theory in many spots, I think, is that people have established, by this point, reasonably well-known ways of getting to very safe havens.
Right.
And this is one of them.
This is indeed one of
Check
them.
with the other
Please.
tournament leader, Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravindh. They're still very early in the opening.
Now, Arvind, again, for those of you who missed, came in late, Veselin Topalov sacrificed a knight on g5, a very standard sacrifice. Arvind, it was a bumpy game with the advantages kind of going back and forth. But Arvind played a really beautiful finish. Oh my goodness, sacrificing a piece.
That will be published in endgame books.
That was a very, very nice tactic. So this is a queen's gambit declined with a bishop on f4. Again, the whole a6 thing.
But as we discussed yesterday, it's kind of better when white starts with knight c3, and this is what we are seeing today. And Vladimir Fedoseev has been doing this for ages. He is one of the, I think, early adopters of all of these a6 lines.
Right.
And yeah, looks kind of okay. I think the current understanding of these types of isolani positions where black has a6, bishop a7 is it should be okay. You also often actually get to play d5, d4.
That's what I'm thinking, to equalize immediately.
More or less immediately, yeah.
Right.
Let's say castles, d4 here, knight a4, bishop a7. I don't see anything necessarily wrong with it.
Exactly. Yeah. Castles. d5, d4.
Just go with it right away, and knight a4, bishop a7. And sometimes these positions just a smidge better for white after all the trades and rook fd1, but it's so symmetrical. Yeah, takes, I guess rook fd1, bishop a7, bishop f3, and we pretend, yeah? I guess would be the way to try. But honestly, after bishop g4, I think draw really isn't very far away,
The
right?
pretense
Yeah,
isn't going to last that
the
long.
pretense isn't very convincing here, at least not to my eyes.
No. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi? Where's the action?
Let's check MVL.
Always good for...
Yeah.
We're going to look at every game, right?
Of course.
We have a Najdorf.
MVL is on the white side of a Najdorf. How often do we say that?
I was about to say it. Something is wrong with the names.
Right, that's a switch.
They should be inverted.
And, you know, when you do get MVL, he's a Najdorf expert, and you say, okay, how would you play against the Najdorf? What terrifies you the most? And he says, well, G3 is the answer to the Najdorf. You go, what? That's the tamest of all the possibilities. F4, bishop G5.
But on the other hand, maybe players are a little less prepared against G3.
That's a good point.
And you get a game.
And he quickly captured on F6 in order to be able to dominate the D5 square.
White's plans are long castle F4, just typical moves.
So G3 wasn't...
Do you think MVL's thinking I'd rather be black here?
No, I actually think that he's kind of pleased that he's got a very a full game. And I'm thinking that he's going to use the pawn on G3 not to fianchetto, but to play the move F2, F4.
I think there are two potential explanations for it.
And weigh in on this one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how theory evolves and how understanding of these things develops over time. Because when I was growing up, and I was a G3 player against every single Sicilian when I was growing up, because I kind of self-taught myself the move E2, E4, and I had to take shortcuts because you can't really study the entirety of the Sicilian very easily.
Right.
And that was my shortcut. I was just playing G3 against any Sicilian, and that gave me like a home for a bit while I was still spreading my wings, so to speak, as a 1E4 player. But you used to just automatically play knight G2 here with the plans of playing bishop G2, H3, G4, knight G3, and so on, right?
Right.
And anyway, you were playing G3 to castle kingside.
Yes.
And these days, like, this is not even that alien. You play G3, but then you go knight B3, and then you switch to something which is very much from the other playbook, because these lines with bishop G5, bishop takes F6, and queen D3, they are going to result with white castling queenside. And as for the move G3, it can be used to support F4, F5. It could also be used to support H4 and bishop H3, which is sometimes useful to white in these types of positions, trying to get rid of the black light square bishop so that you can fight for the D5 square easier. But I have a feeling maybe F4 is more likely in this particular scenario.
And what does theory make of this position? Are we still in theory?
I think this is a kind of a weird version, because if we talk about queen D3 long castles positions, I think they came into prominence via this move order much more than what we're seeing now. Yeah, this types of positions and then long castles. I mean, I'm mixing up the move order a little bit, but
right.
I think first and foremost we're much happier with the move G3 here than with the move bishop E2, because it does give us the option to play F4, and if we want to trade the light square bishops, it's actually kind of misplaced on E2. And I don't know. I think I probably prefer white a touch, even though black I don't think is ever all that unhappy about this, because these positions are very sharp, they're very interesting to play, but something like F5, bishop D7, and now either H3 or rook G1, or maybe now bishop E2 trying to play G4, H4, G5, leads to positions which are, you know, very fun to analyze and fun to play. And MVL, as a lifelong Najdorf player, from the other side admittedly, but still, I think he will feel quite at home here, and he will feel he's gotten something out of the opening.
Very nice. Checking in on Daniel Deac and Veselin Topalov, two players who are not having a good time thus far. Whoa, A3, bishop A2, queen C2. Very different.
A3?
It's a
Rui
very...
Lopez's.
Very interesting kind of newfangled way of treating this, which transposed to something quite well known. Now we're back in Now we're back sort of in normal territory. If you want to discuss the theory of the Zaitsev, knight b2, of course, is by far the main move here. Bishop f8. Now a4 transposes us to all of those Karpov-Kasparov matches in the mid-80s.
Right.
a3 is a very serious move in this position. And after h6, bishop a2 is one of the main two options. Like you can play this or you can play this. Both are very serious. So he has played bishop a2. Against this, I think you're kind of supposed to play knight b8. Not that queen d7 is a mistake necessarily. It's a very natural way to continue here. But queen d7 is maybe not the main line. And the evaluation of these types of positions revolves around the fact that white wants to go knight f1, knight g3, of course.
Right.
And the whole point of the Zaitsev is to try and prevent it, to try to commit you to do something else before you can get knight f1, knight g3, and because your pawn on e4 is hanging.
Right.
And this is why we see queen c2, once again kind of re-establishing the idea of knight f1. And Veselin played a5 with the intention, I guess if you play knight f1 here, we can go a4, knight a5, and you establish a bit of a grip on the white king side. So a very interesting strategic battle going on here. I'm a huge fan of the Zaitsev. This was my main repertoire weapon with black when I was growing up, so I still feel a lot of affinity for this opening and enjoying very much watching strong players play it here.
And somehow I associated you with the Marshall, not so much.
That came later. That came later. Yeah, people don't know this about me.
your junior days.
Yeah, I still play it occasionally, but yeah, I graduated to more.
Were you ever a Zaitsev player?
I've never played e5.
Never played e5.
I only touched the c pawn, c6 and c5.
c5. That's it. That's it. Okay, great strategic game going on there. I'm going to go to Aravindh and.
I think we have one game we haven't checked yet.
Oh,
if
sorry.
you don't mind, it's Prague against Levon.
Also wonderful players. Let me go and pick out their game. Okay, from the top, shall we?
Yeah,
Knight f3.
Prague's coming off from a very painful loss, and Levon quite the opposite, very surprising win.
Right. It could have easily turned against Levon. Levon winning against Deac. Deac in time trouble. This is a a Grunfeld with bishop g2, a5. This is all. I have it in mind. Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus lost in like 20 moves with the
that was
pieces.
that game. I was trying to remember because for me the most memorable game by far in this structure and maybe even in this specific line is the final game of the Gelfand Grishuk final candidates match in Kazan 2011.
Rook a5.
Yeah, I was there as Sasha second, so it's a very bittersweet. Honestly, not even bittersweet, just bitter.
Just bitter.
I like Boris very much. Boris is a friend, but I was there trying to get Sasha to the pinnacle of his career, and we stumbled at the final hurdle.
Right.
I think it went maybe even here b3, a4, rook b1, which at the time we felt that, although here maybe immediate e5 is working. So the structure definitely ended up being like this, and as you correctly pointed out, Sasha at some point played rook a5, rook h5, and Boris won a masterpiece. It's one of the, especially considering the stakes.
Yeah.
Even without the stakes, it's a stunning game. But considering it was the final game of the 6-game candidates match, which propelled him to a world championship match, it's a humongous achievement by Boris, this game. But
exactly.
Here Prague goes for a slow approach. He goes rook b1 for now, a4, rook e1, e6, h6. Both sides are kind of dancing around the, nothing is happening in the center just yet. Black would like to play e5, but in response, white generally wants to play d5 and then follow it up with e4. I don't know if I like knight h2 though.
Knight h2.
This feels like,
wow.
I'm not sure what we're doing with this move. We're not really, maybe he wants to play a 4. It's not even that outlandish because it completely rules out e7, e5. And then we can hope eventually to play e4, bishop e3. And if we get all that, we will be much better. But it feels a bit off to me as a first reaction.
I'm kind of tempted to play h5 with black.
That is very, triumphantly it turns,
This is a very, very important game. How do these two players match up, Nazi, with one another?
Let's have a look. Not that many rapid matchups between these two.
2-1 advantage in favor of Levon.
Big advantage.
Feels like Levon has taken advantage of Prague as a young man. Beat them while they're young.
Probably,
But knight h2, is that a novelty, Peter?
I would assume so, yeah. The way the engine tries to treat it, it goes knight b4 and says, if you play a3, I can maybe even come back, and then it's a very interesting way to treat it. Just do this and then hope eventually, I guess, to land it on b3, or maybe the bishop
Gets
to b3.
there.
Or you can play bishop e6, which looks at first like it blunders stuff to a fork, but we do have bishop takes c3, and we're completely, in fact, we're better here with black.
Okay.
My bigger question is, like, I honestly, I don't quite know what we're trying to achieve with knight h2. If we're not following it up with f4, I don't know what that move was for.
Right. Okay, but maybe we are.
And if we are, I think, immediately running quite serious strategic risks, because like queen c8, stretching us even further, and then something like knight b4. c7, c5 is about to happen. If c7, c5 happens next move, we are going to be very unhappy.
I'm not enthusiastic about g4. Could I play knight g4? I want to induce h5, knight f2.
Yeah. But still, we have ruled out e7, e5, but we haven't ruled out c7, c5.
No.
And once this knight departs from c6, and I can play knight a5, I can play knight b4, I have all kinds of moves, next moves. If I land c5 as a Grunfeld player, if you give me this position, I'm licking my lips and I'm thinking, you know, I've never gotten a position this good in the g3 Grunfeld in my entire life. Give me this every single day of the week, please.
It's true. The bishop on c1 feels buried. By the way, after knight h2, bishop d7, again, a modest move by Levon, not the bishop e6 move that you just expected, but Levon had h4, he played h3.
I'm trying to play it fair. Guess the best move.
After bishop.
It's not knight f3 back, is it? I didn't say that. But I know how engines work.
There it is, yeah. There it is.
Really?
The engine
did not like
is really not in love with this concept.
We're probably going to see f4, right?
It's funny. We play these team events, right? Sorry, not team, but I have a partner, and we can't discuss with one another. But I was playing with Zhu Shen. She was my partner, women's world champion at the time. And it was sort of like, I made a move like knight h2.
Just put it back.
Just put it back.
Correct.
And it was the best move.
Correct, yeah. Very often just correct.
Bishop d7.
Yeah, I think Levon is trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Right. Please continue.
Whatever it is you're up to,
like,
you know.
I'm making as little a move as possible, trying to prompt you into just.
Knight f1, not knight f3, but why is the knight better on f1 than f3? Look at that open bishop. Nasi, look at the open bishop.
I do not know what this is.
Aren't you?
I think he wants to play g4, knight g3, right? But then e5 is still coming, so.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think he does.
I don't know.
But Peter is having some very, very serious doubts. I want to jump to the game between Duda and Alireza because they are racing to an endgame. I think they're about to make a draw.
This endgame actually is quite venomous. This is
venomous.
It's a theoretical endgame. It's an endgame which people seriously discuss. I've seen long analysis of it, not mine, but I mean. You can't really force me to analyze a rook versus rook endgame very easily, but I have seen people analyze it very, very seriously, trying to figure out where to put your pieces, how to defend it with black, because the pawn ending will often be lost.
Yes, that was the first thing I wanted to say. With the pawn on f6 instead of g7, the move rook c8 would probably just be a lost king and pawn endgame. Rook takes, king to g4, to h5 to h6 will probably just win the game on the spot.
Yeah.
And
Did I just play g4?
Yeah.
If black had the chance to trade the rooks now, would it still be lost? Because you don't have the king h5 path anymore.
But maybe I play g5.
G5 and then
I can squeeze my way through a very.
But perhaps even more relevantly, how do you get the rooks off anymore? King d7, rook c5. King d7, rook c5 will not be enjoyable. So it's.
I agree with you. Suddenly I'm looking at this and I am seeing that black has to be careful. It could easily go wrong.
Yeah.
King f4, f3, g5, and suddenly I'm making serious progress there.
Yeah.
Has Alireza fallen into...
I assume it's still okay, but it's it's not very enjoyable for black. You play something like a5, a4, you probably throw in h7, h6 at some point, and then you pass, and you pass, and you pass. Like you start playing like rook b8, rook g8 back.
Right.
You're kind of out of moves.
Right.
Those are your moves.
You don't want to play...
No, before rook c4 might be a problem, yeah.
Exactly.
But white also hasn't really developed a threat yet, and I'm not even sure I know how to develop a threat in this structure, because we don't really want to play g5 and swap everything down. We're never really threatening e4, e5.
Right.
But you are sort of at the mercy of white actually finding a way to strengthen this somehow. And these types of waiting defenses are not to everybody's taste.
And if I play something like b4, Peter, with the idea of rook...
I think I go rook a8 maybe, and I say finally I have an open file to hope for something.
Yes, you do. I was wondering if I am being incredibly greedy. b4, rook a4, rook here.
Rook h5.
Yeah, but am I worse?
Might be.
Rook takes.
Yes.
b4.
Rook h8. You can't afford to take more pawns. Do you want to take on f6?
No.
No, you can't.
No. Hold on. Take on
Too
f6,
slow.
b3. Take on f7. What? Come on.
You're still making it on time?
I want to take and go over.
I think we could throw in king a7 somewhere. We don't really need to abandon our entire king side.
Exactly. So we get something like this.
Rook b8, and then the h-pawn kind of runs. Yeah, and the king is not on g7. If the king was on g7, this would have been completely nothing. But
easy. Yeah, there's still some potential for trouble here. Nazi, where would you like to take us?
Let's check with the tournament leader, Fedoseev. They have made plenty of moves since we last looked at it.
And this was actually a game that we kind of thought was heading to a draw after the move d5, d4.
Did not happen.
These players are ambitious, Peter. They don't...
Especially in Rapid and Blitz.
I think there are two ways to describe it. Either he's very ambitious, which he is, or alternatively, he knows d5, d4 doesn't equalize as fully as we think.
Okay.
Which, this is his pet line. He actually knows the theory here very well. So if he's not playing d4, I suspect maybe he is not convinced it is as equal as we were making it out to be.
Okay.
So he's gone bishop e6, knight a4, bishop a7, knight e5. I'm not sure I'm in love with the move knight a5. It probably wouldn't have been the first thing that occurred to me, but it's very concrete on the other hand. He wants it on c4. Provoking b3 is kind of useful. I guess we go rook c8, maybe even b7, b5, now that the knight doesn't have a safe square on c3 would become a topic. So white has gone b4, knight c4, knight c5. Actually very nicely played sequence, because none of these things are very obvious to me, but they are playing the best moves so far. Queen c8, by far the best move in this position. And a2, a4, maybe a little bit over-ambitious. Once again, your hand kind of wants you to play either rook c1 or maybe queen d4, just to occupy the center, control the things a little bit better. But I guess the point is, black wants to play b7, b5. And what the move a4 is attempting to do is to make b5 less obviously good. Yeah. Black had the option of being extremely concrete here. He could have taken and played knight e4 and just gone after the pawn on c5. And it seems to be...
Why isn't pawn on c5 hanging already?
I think it's a kind of a boring riposte, but it's good. Yeah, bishop d6 skewers the queen on c5.
Maybe I can sacrifice though, because my c pawn's really good.
Yeah, this is definitely not unplayable for black, but
because I can connect the pawns as well.
Yeah.
If you could play,
If you get b5 in, you are probably not worse at all. Maybe you start to play for a win. But it's move by move. It might not work out as cleanly as you would like. But after knight e4, you are very prepared to take on c5 soon. And yeah, the engine says black is instantly completely fine. Rook d8 is not a mistake as such, but it kind of gives white a chance, if he were so inclined, to do, for instance, this. And this is why we played a4. This would be very logical, considering Aravindh chose to play a4, because you would like to play b5 here.
Right.
But it runs into
knight d5.
Some potential tactical issues, because your pieces are now tied up everywhere. b5 is hanging, and I suspect it's holdable for black, but it starts looking a bit awkward, right? Like rook a1 is
I'm afraid.
now a massive threat. This is not as good. But for now, let's check in with Maurice Ashley in Warsaw.
Thanks, Peter. Well, you talked about something being a specialist, somebody being a specialist in a line, knowing it quite well. Well, we know for sure that MVL could write a book on the Najdorf. In fact, just sit him down in front of a camera and say, just start talking. And he wouldn't stop probably for 2 or 3 days with all the nuances that he knows about this fabulous opening. I used to play the Najdorf with black myself. And so the fact that he chose G3 in a big game is quite interesting. Maybe a little bit telling, but maybe it's also that he doesn't want to show his really best stuff in a rapid game. You might want to save all the really choice stuff for some big classical game that might have a lot more import. Not saying that this tournament is not very important, but players play it a little bit more cagey when it's a rapid or a blitz game. So we see this line transpire, and instead of castling, I just want to start this exact moment. Instead of castling in this position, Gavrilescu decided, let me just play bishop to e7 and not castle just yet because he knows what's coming. There's going to be a pawn storm coming on the king side, and maybe he just needs to leave his king where it is for the moment. Well, after castles and knight to d7, it did not take any sort of suggestion for the move f4 to come, and after the knight moved, and now f5 on the board, and then bishop e2, and the pawn storm, as predicted, is happening anyway. Bishop to c6, g4, very aggressive, h6 to slow down, g5. No can do, we're coming. Here it goes, and here is what most Najdorf players would be afraid of. Where's my counterplay? If you are attacking me with these pawns, I need to have something in reply. Well, for the moment, there's nothing because g5 is such a real move. So knight back to d7 was necessary. And now a queen swing over to g3, making sure you understand if your king dares blink and shows up on that side, we're going to crash through. Well, Gavrilescu was a little bit more careful than that, preparing possibly castling queen side. But now the move bishop to c4 saying, no, your king's in the center. It's staying in the center of the board. I'd be scared, terrified right now if I were black. In fact, rook to c8 played. And now for a very important moment in the game. The bishop potentially on c4 is in the way. You'd love to play the move knight d5 here and take back with a bishop. Unfortunately, bishop takes runs into a little oopsie giggle. Queen c2, your king had some problems as well. So that means that this move is simply not playable as yet. So MVL, instead of playing moves like king to b1, which would be sort of normal here, or maybe even play a move like bishop to d3, or maybe even play the move bishop to d5 and take back with a rook, he decided instead to play this move, rook to h2. Little bit cagey, of course, defending that c2 pawn and maybe preparing the idea of knight to d5. So we're really getting a bit of a master class on how to handle this type of position from the true master of the Najdorf himself. Although rook h2 did give this opportunity for the move b5, bishop d5, and now b4. I can't believe this was actually the moves in the game. In fact, it did happen in the game. And bishop to a4. Okay, this continuation comes as a real surprise to me that MVL chose this path, because he's allowed this pawn to sit on the c3 square, and it seems as though black has indeed gotten some kind of counterplay. Even the best of the best may not make the ideal moves, especially if he's not in very good form. But it doesn't seem as though MVL is at all concerned with the way this game has transpired. And by the way, the game has continued with king to f8, bishop d7, queen takes on d7, and we were expecting madness on the board. It's there. I mean, this black king looks crazy with a pawn storm, this pawn sitting on c3, a true Najdorf battle. If you are not ready to enter into the Najdorf jungle, forget about it, and especially not against a guy like MVL, Mr. Najdorf himself.
Thank you, Maurice. It's still quite the position, because I'm looking at queen takes e5. I was expecting c3 takes b2, and I was thinking I was going to play king b1. I'm not going to. I'm going to use that pawn on b2 as a kind of a shield. Peter, weigh in on this crazy. Lots of pawns are hanging.
Let me get to that.
This is the MVL game. And
we're talking about Mr. Najdorf. I was looking at the Grunfeld with
and Mr. Grunfeld.
But this is also extremely exciting, and I'm not sure what I think about this. I can see the engine actually going queen takes e5. I thought queen a4 is strong here, but it's not playing queen a4. It is not its first choice. Its first choice is bishop f6.
Wow.
But this is a huge mess, of course. I don't know. You consider queen a5. You absolutely think about these things. But assessing it correctly, in particular, once you realize bishop f6 exists, you would like to take on d6, but that ends up costing you quite a lot of material. It's a full rook, actually.
Yes.
It's a full rook. So the prescribed way to play it is just to play queen g5 here.
Right.
And continue kind of as if nothing happened, and black can even play king e7.
King no.
With the idea of putting the bishop on e5, and then eventually maybe taking on b2, or if you take on c3 yourself, I will play rook c3, and the other rook will finally enter the fray. Very, very interesting position. If you don't want to take on e5, you can play something like rook d5 or king b1. If you play king b1, the engine says, let's start marching the other pawn down the board. This is fun to watch. This is very much fun to watch, very hard to assess. I'm guessing time might start playing a role, but for now, MVL is sort of in control on the clock, but Gavrilescu is on 8 minutes, which is not a lot, but he's not in desperate time trouble just yet. Just a very interesting, very unusual Najdorf in progress here.
I am confused. King b1, a5, queen e5, a4, and I'm still not sure.
I'm starting to like black from practically.
Queen e5, a4, you are
starting
to have problems. I think once king b1, a5 happens, you have to be slightly more circumspect, I think is the word. It goes queen d3 and then drops back to c1 and says this is still sort of okay, but I don't know.
It's frustrating. White cannot make g5 or some kind of attack on the king side
work. Right, exactly. Great battle going on there. Again, I'm going to go to Aravindh and Vladimir.
Very closed up position.
As
the knights on c4 and e4 so pretty, but
White will have one of his own in a moment.
And one of them will get e4 can get kicked out or traded.
Knight. It's funny. The way I'm thinking is that I would like to also play the move a4, a5, just kind of shutting down the queen side a bit. But
how would you evaluate this? Because in close positions, we know knights tend to be better, but here we do have a good black squared bishop.
Exactly. But these knights do look good. I'm a little bit worried that captures is going to give black a lot of counterplay on the queen side. I'm thinking that white is prepping f2, f3, trying to get one of the knights out so that you can play knight to c5. And away you go. Yeah.
White would love to get rid of the knight on c4, but we can't take bishop c4. That would...
Yeah.
No, because either way, black takes b takes c4, then b4 is a weakness. They take d takes c4, d4 is a weakness.
Okay, let's be concrete. If we capture,
I think I'm just taking it. I mean, I could throw in f3, but let's start by maybe queen a4. You want bishop d7, b5, or?
That was the intention, yes.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Put the bishop on e6.
It's not doing very
passive.
much. It's not. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think it's much better on b5.
Yeah. Where do we go with the queen?
a2, a1, I don't know. Although I'm inviting a6, a5, I don't know if I should be inviting a6, a5 so
Exactly.
Queen a7 chosen a very kind of a quiet little move there by
our tournament co-leader.
Yeah.
Just attacking d4.
Vladimir.
I mean, stops f3.
Yeah, I mean,
it does.
I wonder if he's intending to take on c5 once it appears there, because knight c5 is really the only thing you can do.
Right.
We're not dropping the d4 pawn.
Bishop f5, improve the bishop, and
bishop f5.
After knight c5,
yeah. Put the knight on c5.
You're suddenly quite a bit worse if you do that. I think you have to be more concrete. And actually, queen a7 may have been a little bit too fancy.
Yeah.
To answer your question about this position,
Yes, please, Peter.
prior to queen a7 at least,
Yeah.
the engine says there's a bunch of ways to be completely fine for black, but I think subjectively from a purely human perspective, you do worry a little bit with black, right? You're not entirely sure you're okay.
Two bishops.
Yeah, and after queen a7, I'm assuming knight c5, you can throw in a b, but I don't know why I would ever be opening the a file for black.
Right.
The engine says you kind of need to correct yourself instantly and play queen e7, which is very difficult for me to understand.
Right.
I think the point is, the best square for this queen is f6. I think this is actually how you explain it to yourself in human terms. Because if we were suggesting bishop f5, right?
Yeah.
Here the machine goes rook e1, and starts, I think, preparing to play bishop f1 and f3.
Right.
And if we kick out the knight from e4, and then, let's say, this currently is the first line on my screen, which is very useful because it's exactly what I wanted to show. Some position like this. It's not horrible for black, but you really aren't enjoying yourself at all, because all the endgames are going to be worse because a6 is much weaker than before.
Exactly.
White can even start launching some attacks on the king side because the situation in the center is so stable that you can absolutely start playing g4, h4, h5, and so on. It's not horrible, but it's definitely better for white. And one of the reasons it's so comfortable for white is that our pieces are just so untouchable. And this is why I think it goes queen e7. It wants to be able to kick the bishop away from f4. It wants to be able to play queen f6 against most things. Let's say rook e1, we immediately play queen f6, and it has to drop back to g3. And now we have an additional option of trading it. Yeah, if we want to, we can cash in knight takes g3 at any point.
Right.
And now your bishop f5 move is fine, and some other moves are also fine. But yeah, I don't know if queen a7 has been played with the intention of immediately correcting yourself and putting it on e7 next move, which appears to be needed once knight c5 happens.
Awkward. Toss it to you in Warsaw, Maurice.
I'm looking at something quite amusing in the game between Praggnanandhaa and Aronian, and I want to ask my co-commentators if they've ever seen what I'm about to show that happened in this game, what actually did transpire, because I can say I don't recall ever seeing it in my life. And so let's just take a look. This position here, the move knight to c3, attacking the bishop on b5. Bishops end up on b5. Light squared bishops for black end up on b5. Not so frequently. Not that it doesn't happen, but not so frequently indeed. But this move, knight to c3, attacking the bishop. And now the move, knight to d4, very natural move. You see those knights standing side by side, attacking the queen in response. Queen d1 is really the absolutely only move to play. And now it is this next move, knight to e2. Now, yes, a discovery on the queen we see happen because we see the rook is attacking the white queen. But usually this move, knight e2, comes with punch of some type. You play knight e2 because you took something on the e2 square, and that's why it happened. But to see it just land on the square, and by the way, usually it's with check, but it's not check. You just simply land it on a square where it's attacked 3 times. But of course, since the queen is under attack, you really can't capture with anything but the queen, in which case black will continue with the move bishop c3. So instead of that, after the move knight to e2, we go back a couple of moves. The move knight to d5 in response. And now it is white's turn to threaten. Knight takes on e7 with check, while the knight on e2 is still hanging. I mean, this kind of threat, counter threat is quite delicious. Now, in this position, he chose Aronian to play the move knight to c3, which again actually is quite amusing. We'll see that continuation in a second. But the engine points out something even funnier. Rook takes an exchange sack immediately because you want to go to c3 anyway, but only after e takes d5 would you play the move knight to c3. Look at these knights. Now, where do you put the queen? Be careful. The a file is open, so rook a2 might happen at any time. Well, there is this very funny move, queen to d3, getting the queen out of the way and preparing to capture back on b1 with your queen, except black can now play the move knight to e5, and you can't take the c3 knight because of the move knight to g4 with check, and suddenly there's a discovery on your queen on c3. I'm sorry, I've never seen such an amazing dance of knight. I've seen dances with knights, yes, of course, but this knight e2 starting it all to end up like this, that's just absolutely original. To my eyes anyway. You guys can help me on that one. But instead of that, knight d5, knight c3 was actually played, and the game went queen b3. The exchange check did happen in the game, e d5, queen to f5, and we have just a wild, wild position, original and fun when you are not used to seeing ideas like this.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah. Charger the cavalry.
Maurice stealing all of my material.
92.
I was preparing to talk about all of this, and then Maurice just stole all my lines.
Well, we'll jump to the current position because there is a queen trap, right? We just saw the move. Okay, queen f5, double attack. Give me your rook. Give me your pawn.
It's also amazing, after all the lines that Maurice showed us, both knights are still standing on the board.
Right.
They're trying to sacrifice themselves, but nobody's taking them.
But the knight on c4 and c3 are both protected. There's a move rook a3 in the current... a move ago. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, if you
double exclamation.
If you play rook a3...
Yes.
I mean, knight e3 wins on the spot, but the one I like the most...
Knight e3 wins on...
Yeah, knight e3 just... We are some material up with white, which kind of helps, and knight e3 solves all of our discoordination issues, and we win. But the one, even this, somehow is better for white, which is quite striking, considering that here we are a rook for a queen, but black has so much stuff hanging that, let's say, if you play queen d3, now black has pretty much the entirety of their pieces hanging. This is a very picturesque position. And they both realize this doesn't work, so Levon correctly takes on b2. I'm assuming he's already played bishop a4. If he doesn't play bishop a4 here, he resigns, which is why I'm predicting bishop a4 so safely. Nothing else works at all. I'm pretty sure he's trying to make something like this work, but unfortunately for him, there is no way to improve this attack, and white just very safely defends everything and is just a full piece up. He will play bishop a4, queen c4, bishop b5, and in this position, you can take the draw with queen b3, or you can play queen f4, after which takes, rook takes a2, you have to trade on c3, you can take on e7, but unfortunately for us, we're losing.
I think bishop f1.
Bishop f1, throwing in bishop f1 probably is good, yeah. Bishop f1, bishop f1, rook f2. And it's still a bit, it feels like black probably will end up having to give up the bishop for the passers after, let's say, rook f4, c6. From some way away, I think you could be very worried here with black, or if you're not a computer, which I think will be true for both of our players here. But yeah, the engine goes dc6, bc6, king g7, and says, chill, everything is under control. And
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, yeah, chill is maybe not the way to describe it. It goes here and says, we are making a draw here.
Just draw.
Well, plus 0.50.
Right.
I have never seen this particular fortress before.
Opposite color bishops.
Opposite color bishops and 3 against 1 on one side. I would not be certain this is a draw at all with black. Although I can see why it would be, because you really only have one weakness and it's sufficiently covered by the rook on the f-file. But yeah, this is still very much in progress.
Wow.
The good thing about this entire line with bishop a4 is that it's very, very forced.
Yeah.
There are very few deviations for either side, so I think we are incredibly likely to see this position. Bishop f1 might not happen. Levon might choose rook takes f2, which is, I think, objectively weaker, because specifically of knight g3, and then rook takes b7 is a very strong threat. But yeah, this is a very exciting Grunfeld, and I just want to point out something which is maybe slightly sad, because we're enjoying this such a great deal. But in this position, knight e2 is a spectacular, spectacular move. You want to make it. It makes you feel, it makes your heart race. This is an immediate draw.
Draw.
Just an immediate draw, because knight is hanging. We have completely ruled out knight d5 because e7 is now covered. This is why we put it on c6 and not on e2. You just lost a piece.
Right.
Because knight e7 check, knight takes e7 is a full piece. So you just have to play.
Go queen
you have to
d3.
play. You have to play queen c2, knight d4, queen d1.
You're right.
game is done. But yeah, I can understand. I'm pretty sure Levon even saw knight c6. But Levon is, he sees the move knight e2 and he wants to make it.
Right.
Because of just how enjoyable it is to, as Maurice described, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to make a move as beautiful as this.
Knight e2. If it turns out to be a draw, that's remarkable. We shouldn't be analyzing these positions so early in the morning because my brain exploded when you told me about queen takes c4, knight e3. I was like, no.
I didn't even notice why it's up 2 pawns from the beginning. Because
Shame
you get so distracted with this knight.
In the meantime,
Exactly.
I think MVL is now very much in control, by the way. We should maybe talk about this one for a second.
All right, well, talk about it.
Yeah, let's briefly
Tell us.
go through what happened in between Maurice describing it and the current moment. So MVL played b takes c3 here, which is a move.
Grabbing a pawn.
Yeah, and his opponent, I think, got slightly carried away with trying to develop some sort of initiative, because you can play either queen a4, or even stronger, just play queen c6, attack both this guy and this guy, win one of them back. The queens might even come off, because all the main lines here allow black to take on c3 and then trade the queens off. In these types of Sicilian endgames, they generally are very playable for black.
Right.
Instead, Gavrilescu played a5, rook d5, a4, knight d2. Here, the engine suggests playing g7, g5, which is not an easy move to even consider, because you generally, with the king on f8, are trying your hardest, trying your absolute damnedest, not to get anything open on the king side.
Right.
And this is by far the best move in the position. Instead, he played queen a7, allowing g4, g5. White is finally on the march.
Breaking.
Rook b8, g6, queen b7. In this position, knight c4 apparently was just winning on the spot. But once again, allowing queen b1 check is maybe not everybody's cup of tea, but it turns out it's a lot more relevant that the black position is crumbling. Once the d6 pawn gets removed from the board, you probably just get mated. Instead, MVL played king d1, which is a good move. He's still much better, but not as efficient as the other choice. Black played queen b2, queen d3, queen takes a2, rook takes d6, and Gavrilescu played a3. Very understandable play by the young man. He has sort of the one trump in the position, is a very far progressed passer. And as you can see, the engine says this is horrible, don't do this. But for kind of a specific reason, not the only move that wins, but it's interesting that the suggestion here is to play rook f2 with the idea of just playing f6 and absolutely breaking everything. Yeah, just
forget about the a1.
Just
Wow, rook f2.
That's
and I think maybe in more
That's a visual.
in larger terms, you do have a passer, but in order to progress that passer, you will have to play queen a1 check and then a2. And that probably instantly loses to queen d5, and you just get mated, right?
Right.
So, whoops, no, not queen f3.
So it's not a threat.
Yeah. So what a3 is, I guess, and the reason it's such a huge mistake, is that it's actually just a waste of a tempo.
Right.
You haven't really created a single idea that is actionable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he has only 30 seconds now against 10 minutes, so a3 was very natural.
And MVL played king e2, which is, not queen f3, king e2.
Yeah.
Very strong move as well, yeah.
I think that's
Is this
a
going to
more...
be MVL's first win?
Yeah, he started with
If
one
he ends up
draw
winning,
Yeah.
and 2 losses in...
Well, maybe now if he feels himself
Day one.
back in form.
Yeah.
Start winning.
By the way, that line that we analyzed between
Not
Prague
exactly,
and
though,
Levon,
because Levon chose not to take on f4. He took on c3 immediately, allowing queen takes f5. I don't quite like this. I think this...
I'm going to go back to the MVL position for just a moment, because we've just seen the move king g8, and Maxime's reaching for his rook. That looks really powerful.
Looks like the
oh dear.
final touch.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Rook on the 7th.
Well, just what Peter said. The position collapses once we get to take the pawn on d6.
And now just rook takes f7. I don't want to give the king the square on h7.
I thought we could checkmate with queen g3 afterwards.
Yeah, well, if it wins on the spot, I'm very much on board, yeah. Queen g3, rook h f8, or rook Rook H8 probably.
Hide on H8.
Yes.
I mean, I'm probably completely lost. I'm sure you're right about the evaluation, but I'm not mated yet. Yeah.
Not mated.
But
I'm not
Rook
mated
takes
yet.
H6, I'm on board. Yeah, I like that. I'm on board with checkmate.
No, I'd much rather keep the Rook on H8 frozen out.
I kind of true that too.
Yeah. There's this really famous game that MVL played against Alexander Morozevich in a MVL tournament.
Just
on the black side of it, actually.
Yeah.
And MVL goes with knight b3, which is also kind of cute. He wants to just get the disconnect the queen on
By the way, clock time.
H5.
3 seconds for Deac.
Yeah, queen c4. Queen c4.
Queen
no,
c4.
No,
Knight
queen c2, queen
h5.
takes b3.
Just to.
I thought queen c2, king f3, but queen takes b3 actually protects against mate.
I just look at our beautiful threats. Mate, give me your queen. Resign, not so fast.
Not so fast, not just yet. No,
not just yet. Desirable.
But we can honestly we can throw in king f3.
Yeah.
Right now, I guess.
Yeah.
But then the rook h6 will
What
actually
about king
provide
d2,
black
just
with.
with defense c2?
He's gone with. Now queen g3, g6 is a lot stronger.
Because h5 is played.
Yeah.
Takes.
And queen f3 is his choice. Queen c2, knight d2.
f3.
Yeah.
So queen c2, knight to d2.
King h6, and then
Rook
g2.
g2, rook g2, rook g6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just calculated it out to the end. Yeah, feels completely lost. Yeah. Rook g2 now. Yeah.
That's a lovely finish.
David is not being helped by the fact he has 10 seconds, but I think it is irrelevant. I think this position is just lost.
Rook to g2.
What an attack.
Beautiful. Doesn't that knight make a joyful defensive impression? Like we could.
Yeah, MVL only used his knight for defense. Just the knight, yeah.
And it was
threw all the other pieces into the attack.
Queen c2.
Oh, he's
Rook
got rook
g2
d2.
Ooh. Well, that's just rude.
Nice win for MVL.
Wow, you just asked, has MVL won a game yet? And guess what? He just did. Pick up the action. How are our tournament leaders doing?
Let me take a look at that. I was still kind of obsessing about that Grunfeld, but
yes,
let's take a look at the Aravindh game. But before we go there, let's ask for updates from Warsaw. Hello, Maurice.
Yes, Peter. And the clocks are starting to become a factor as well, but I saw something interesting that we just saw from Praggnanandhaa, in fact, in the last round. Remember, you had talked about the idea of, hey, when you're down to like 10 seconds, you're probably going to not see things very well and not assess them extremely well. And so just play a little bit safe. That's a good lesson to learn, right? Well, when you're 19, 20, that's not a lesson you take too kindly. Maybe if you're like 35, 40, or maybe a little bit even north of that number, you say, let's be wise and back down. Well, the kid did not learn the lesson, and he decided to go for it because if you take a look at this position, right here, actually, let me just go back even further. Right here, he had this opportunity, as you see, I'm backing up. Moves look kind of similar, right? After this trade. Now, let's keep going. Forward, okay. I could repeat. I only have like 10 seconds left. I could repeat. I don't have that much time. Forget it. I'm just going to go for it. Let's just go all in, even though it's fine for black completely. And black has 8 minutes on the clock, and I'm the one with only about 10, 15 seconds left. So skirting the razor's edge was the youngster Praggnanandhaa here, and he might have been a little bit better, but after this passive move, he's not better anymore, and he still was down on the clock. So maybe he'll learn after this game, I don't know, but we'll see. I'll jump ahead now to the current position. Things are not bad for him. He's made it out of the woods, but again, that clock management, and then it's not just the management, but the idea of being judicious when one is in trouble. He hasn't lost enough games for him to believe that he's going to do that. It looks like he's just decided, I'm going all in every single time, and he's still down heavily on the clock, but at least this is a much more manageable position where we wouldn't expect him to lose because of time. In fact, it looks like he's looking to see how he can use this position to his advantage. But look at that. Again, it was down to 15 seconds, 14 seconds there. He's still literally 6 minutes down on the clock. Guys?
Wow, it's just amazing his ambition despite his time disadvantage and rook d3. I think we're going to see a draw nonetheless going on. I was asking you about our tournament leaders, Peter.
Yeah, bishop f5, the move Nazi was advocating for, was played on the board. Machine disagrees, but it's a very human reaction, and I was kind of agreeing with you in those terms. It's just that it's a bit risky if white plays precisely, but instead Aravindh played bishop g4, a move which I think immediately throws away much of your advantage because you are parting with the bishop pair. And after takes, queen b6 immediately is okay. Rook e8 is also a good move that Vladimir played. And now we have this position on the board. And actually, I didn't see this whole bishop c7, queen f4 sequence, which I really dislike. It feels like we're kind of breaking the connection between our pieces. I don't know what that bishop is doing on c7. It feels like black has a weakened black square complex on the king side.
Right.
But the square on e5 is so well covered. We're never getting any kind of bishop e5, queen f6 mating attacks here with the knight still alive on c4. And it's not like white is worse, but I'm not sure I'm in love with this treatment. And now black has taken on b4. And this is another one of those where you can play it safe when you're low on time, or you can start gambling. And the top two lines on my screen currently are rook e4.
Let's gamble.
Yeah, rook e4, knight d7, which actually provokes things like f5. Or you can go knight takes e4, which is what he's chosen. And after d takes e4, you probably start pushing d5, d6, d7. And
I was looking at h5, h6. Here.
Or that, yeah, or that. Black has this very important source of counterplay in all of these types of positions. Both after h5 and after g5, which is what Aravindh actually played. And here for Vladimir, knight b2 might be the one good move, actually. Everything else appears to be quite dangerous. So the story of people being incredibly ambitious on very low time continues.
Yeah, Aravindh has 30 seconds against 1 minute.
Knight b2 played.
Knight is on d3. And
yeah. And d6 wasn't the prescribed reaction. Computer was playing bishop d6 instead of d6. After d6, knight d3, you have to be careful with white. I'm not sure you have
queen e3 on the board.
Yeah, queen you can take on e1. Well, you can take on e1. d7 exists, but black will just calmly play, for instance, rook f8. And
so we can take on e1. I'm assuming we're recapturing on e1.
Well, you have a choice between rook takes e1 and d7. d7 is also playable.
How do you stop yourself from playing d7?
Well, he's taken on he's taken on e1, and rook takes e1.
Took rook e1.
Yeah, I mean you're thinking I'm ready to play d7, do something.
Yeah, this is actually still a 3-result game because white wants to play h6. First order of business for white here is to play h5, h6.
Right.
And then it becomes kind of nervy because, yeah, like queen b5 or queen a4 both are playable, but I can still play h5. You're not taking on h5 with the queen because the fork is a very, very strong threat.
I like h5.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, h5 you want to
so
play.
Did Arvind.
Aravindh said me too.
Count me in.
Yeah, he wants queen d4 followed by h6, and while we aren't really queening the g-pawn, we are generating enough of uncomfortable, awkward threats on the king side to, I think, be completely fine. Yeah, queen d7 played. You do want to make sure you never blunder that d6, d7.
And maybe you're ready to play rook takes c7 and just to return things. But okay, we're going to secure the king side.
Yeah, h6 you play rook e6, I guess. So rook c7 you might actually be
worse.
He's
played h6.
Yeah, h6. This is an interesting turning point because rook c7 kind of settles the position. One line, if we have time, we could show one line. Rook c7, dc7, queen d4. Just don't play queen e5 here.
Queen e5.
Yeah,
queen
just
e5.
don't play queen e5.
Queen e5. And that is a tactic.
Yeah, I'm assuming instead of that, and rook c7 has been played, but he will not play queen e5. He will spot that.
So he has to play f5?
f5 or f6, I don't know. Probably f5, yeah. Probably f5. Yeah, queen d4.
f6, I might just take it.
Yeah, we are taking it.
I'm very happy that
But the thing about the position after f5, I just go rook b1. I don't believe I'm worse at all. The king is so weak on g8.
Precisely. I mean, it's a practical matter. I mean, black is up material.
2 pawns.
But the weak...
Prague and Levon ended in a draw.
Despite every ambition that Prague could muster.
E5.
He played rook e5.
Rook e5.
Yeah.
Apologies, not. Yeah, he probably felt that f5.
Yeah.
It's too weak an
This is
ending.
actually, some ideas here are very reminiscent of that game Aravindh ended up winning against Levon yesterday. Queen b2 now, with the idea of playing rook c1.
The last rank is...
Oh, sorry. Rook takes e4. I'm sitting there asking myself.
Oh, Queen c1.
Yes.
Queen c1, h6.
I didn't see that
check.
initially. Check.
Cold shower.
Check. Yes, cold shower. All right. So
He's gone rook b1 and black instantly played f7, f6. This makes you feel slightly better about life.
yes.
It's still fine for white, but you can start you can see this going slightly wrong. Yeah.
G5.
Yeah, in particular, yeah, that's a very good
Yeah.
spot. Yeah, if I get g5, king f7, king g6,
Oh.
I will be very ambitious.
It's like an anvil just went off your chest once you put your pawn on g5 and g6.
King f7, we go queen b3 check. I guess rook e6, but queen d5. Hang on. What are you doing? What has he done?
Queen c6.
Rook b7,
That's me, right?
king e8, I guess.
Oh, king E8.
But even takes and takes on h7. is a bit-
That's
yeah.
that's not
But
what.
there's maybe nothing better anymore.
But
I don't
when
see any
he
other
played
moves.
rook e6 very quickly.
Yeah, queen c6.
He
is a-
has played queen c6, rook b7
yeah,
check.
it's still fine. It's still fine.
It is.
Yeah.
Why is
Although it did look from his reaction that he kind of missed queen d5 and misunderstood just how dangerous it is. But
Okay, take us, walk us through it.
king e8, unfortunately, I don't believe in queen b3, so yeah, you have to take on 6, you have to take on h7, king f8. It doesn't queen. Still fine.
It
So
doesn't
close,
queen.
though.
What? I'm still confused.
No,
We do queen.
no, rook c1, c5, I guess.
Come on.
Rook c1.
But isn't that...
King h2, rook c5. Good
Yeah,
morning,
Aravindh gave a couple of checks in the meantime. to
I
gain.
thought g4 was enough, but...
And then what happened after g4?
You do win, yeah. You do win.
Thank you.
Good
morning, St. Louis.
I failed to appreciate any of this at all. Yeah.
Okay, so
They're repeating checks.
I
for
think he
now.
no longer gets that position because after rook b7, Fedoseev will claim.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're
Well, he didn't
fine with the
claim.
draw.
He didn't claim.
But okay, now Aravindh will claim. So the way to make a draw in that position is to play rook c5 immediately.
No check.
No check.
So that I have g4, rook g5.
Rook takes immediately
Yeah.
and come on across.
Should we still have two games
Yes.
going on?
Where would you like to take us?
Let's see how Duda and Alireza are doing in that rook ending.
Oh my goodness.
They've
Okay,
traded a lot of pawns. They're
how?
down to just 2 pawns each.
Yeah, that was the draw that we've just witnessed. Well, here, just a second. Duda is about to play king, g7,
And f6, but then-
rook e3 and rook e7.
Yeah, but then you lose the a3 pawn.
And I'm always making a draw.
And I think
Even when I get all of those
Yeah.
moves in.
it's all very passive. It's all kind of not fun at all. But
At the end of the day,
in the
it's
end,
it's a draw.
it should still be a draw. Yeah. And Deac was better definitely at some point against Topalov, but apparently isn't better anymore. Let's briefly check in with this.
Daniel Deac. Okay, over to you, Peter.
Uh,
This was the Zaitsev that we
Yeah, this
lost.
was a Zaitsev where a lot of things were
A5.
happening, and there's no way we can actually get through all of this. This is move 50, and we last
Right,
saw
right,
it at
right,
move
right,
15.
right.
So let's just talk about this position.
So-
you can just go knight e2 check, king h1, take on f3, and play. I mean, rook d3 comes
Rook
to mind.
d3.
Yeah, I guess rook e1 exists, but black has. I don't know, knight g3 check is a good reply to that.
Yes.
So, yeah, appears to be fizzling out, appears to be heading towards some sort of equality.
He's
but there
done
were,
it. He's done it. In fact,
This
knight
used to
e3
be
is on the board,
A
Peter.
very peaceful round. We only had one decisive
Yeah.
result.
But it felt like it could have been a lot more, right? Yeah.
That's still obviously the case. And you still have to be a little bit careful, I guess, with black, because the pawn on c4 is hanging. If you take on c3, you might have to defend some slightly unpleasant position. But you're not obliged to even take so early. The engine, for instance, likes the idea of going after the h-pawn for now.
Wow.
But he did
And
take
by
on
the way,
c3.
he did take and I just saw Veselin play very quickly. Is
They have
the clock?
around 30 seconds.
Okay, the clock times.
Yeah, what he's done is still fine. I probably would have, in a classical game, I think he would have done something else because this is a bit awkward, but after rook c1, he has knight e2. Actually, he is threatening to play, well, threatening maybe is strong, but he wants to maybe play knight e2 anyway because of the fork on f4.
Which rook would you take after rook d3?
Yeah, f4 d3, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So we're thinking that knight e2 is a threat of sorts. b5, let's go.
Yeah, he's gone with the immediate
Passer.
push, yeah.
Knight e2 on the
Yeah,
board.
okay, after knight e2 you might actually be... Knight e2, according to
Oh,
the
it's a
engine, is a
blunder.
losing mistake because that endgame is just bad. This pawn is too far progressed.
King f3, knight takes b6.
Yeah, king g3 or king f3 and then just b6
He's
and rook
chosen
a7.
g3.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit panicky, and this is exactly the kind of a scenario I was trying to avoid with the help of my trusted screen, of course.
Right.
By not taking on c3 so early, because rook a7 is just a massive, massive threat against anything here. And you are in desperate straits.
So once again, if I play king... No.
He's going to go knight c5, rook a7, rook b7, I guess. But the problem is rook takes b7, king f4, I think, is just completely lost.
Knight c5, rook a7 is on the board.
Yeah.
And you were
b7
about
like
to
the
say
only move.
rook
Yeah, he's
to
going to play
b7.
rook b7, but I think I can maybe even take immediately. But I can also just
You
go
don't
king
have to.
f4 now, yeah.
Yeah, you can include a lot of useful
Yeah,
moves
because
first.
black has no moves.
King f4, king
So you can go
This
king f4.
Yeah, this construction of the knight protected. King
King
f4,
f4,
king
king
g7.
king e5, and then I'll take on
Yeah,
b7.
king e5 you have to be careful because I don't want to allow knight d7, knight b6, knight c4. But yeah, king f4, h5. I mean,
King F-
now I'm pretty sure I just win by taking on b7, going king e5, king d5, king c6, because we are not going to be winning the knight for the pawn. We're just going to be queening eventually. I'm pretty sure this wins.
Yeah, you just kind of, the knight will be offsides on b7.
But also king e5 is just, yeah, there we go. Yeah, takes, he'll go king e5. Veselin will try g5. At least that creates some sort of a counter threat, but
Knight d6.
yeah.
And Veselin is looking at
Or should
opportunity of playing g4 and h4.
Is knight d6 even necessary? Should white just go king d5, king c6?
Like king f6 even wins, I guess. If you want to do it slowly, you can go king f6, g4, h4.
He's done it.
Yeah, and then go after the h pawn, and then you have two passers on the other sides. Yeah, king h6. Yeah, yeah. This is just.
Knight
Oh, he's just gonna take the
e5.
king's side pawns first.
Yeah, no, this is completely
That's
over.
cruel.
That's very cruel.
Yes.
No counterplay.
Because the knight is basically trapped on the b7 square. So he's playing a piece down.
Topalov resigns.
Oof, oof.
Tough one for Veselin because he was in trouble and then recovered completely and still ended up
As our
losing.
co-tournament leader, Alireza, is defending. We think he's defending
Yeah,
well
I'm
enough.
not quite sure. Why would you ever remove the rook from the a file? I'm not certain, but I guess it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
So Duda wants to play rook e7 at the right moment.
Yes, rook e3, rook e7 is on his agenda. But what we've been
losing
thinking is that
No.
you're going to win the rook. Rook takes a3. The rook will have to give itself up for this pass pawn on f6. But the resulting position is that maybe Alireza's b pawn will cost white his rook. King e8.
He likes his rook on b7. Well, I mean, he has to defend f7, so that's...
Yeah, finally white is trying to go in with rook e3, rook e7. Yeah, now we put it back on a7, I'm pretty sure.
Quickly.
So we have to take e3.
Because rook e7 is a winning threat.
Yeah, now we
You
put it
have
back
to
on
be able to
a7.
take on a3. Okay, moment
So
of
now rook
truth.
b7 would be
Even king
bad, right?
c5, yeah.
Yeah, rook b7 will
Loses
be
rook e7.
resigns. I'm thinking king c5.
Yeah, or king a5. I don't know if it. Oh, no, king a5, rook e7. Once again, we've lost. Yeah.
King c5, yeah.
Yeah, king
King
c5,
c5.
so that after rook e7 we'll have rook a3. And then it will be,
Alireza is down to 20 seconds.
okay.
But that's the only move, king c5.
King c6
Yes.
probably is still fine.
He's reaching for his king. He seems
Don't go to the
to...
a file. Yeah.
King c5. I just don't see... I mean, essentially, Duda squeezed the maximum. He cannot achieve anything.
We can go on the offensive now with black, right? King d4.
Our first threat of the game.
Yes. We can actually
very legit.
We can generate a threat.
Yes, a very legit threat.
Yes.
King c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so the whole point is that, yes, we are going to win black's rook in this
Duda's
case.
not planning to do that. He played rook h3.
Okay, rook h3.
But there's no other ideas without rook
Yeah.
e7. For white to try to play for a win. So.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think they're just going to repeat maybe. King c4.
Well, they've had this setup already for about 20 moves, and show no signs of abating.
No.
e3. Okay, maybe he will try rook e7.
I still like the offensive king d4.
Alireza is very circumspect, though. Yeah, I don't know what he's afraid of with king d4, but he is not.
They've been playing on their increments quite some time. In this
And they've
one,
been in a rook end game since since move 20 or something.
Okay.
Rook
we have
e7. Finally,
Denouement.
enough.
Rook f3?
Yes.
Or before,
or before, yeah.
really any move.
Rook f3, followed by b4. And we're going to see king versus king.
But no stalemate.
But no stalemate.
No stalemate.
He's reaching.
We have to tell them that there's a race going on who's going to have the most stalemates. Then they would try harder. Otherwise, yeah. e6.
I just don't see any
b4?
tricks.
Yeah, I don't think there are any.
b4, f7, b3.
Yeah. We have, I think, plenty to spare. I think if you give white,
b3, not
I think
king
if you
c4?
give white the move here, it's still a draw.
Yeah. And the idea is that we are ready to give up our rook, but we're ready.
Yeah,
to
I
go
guess the
to
trick
c6.
is if you play b2 here, you have to calculate rook b8, and you might not like what you see.
I don't want to calculate
Yeah,
anything. King
which is why,
c4.
which is why you always keep your king in connection with.
Yes.
Immediately rook f7 might also be a
Yeah.
draw already.
Also.
But why beg? We're not worse. The point here is kind of we're not worse, so
Yeah.
why beg at all?
b2, and we're going to... See a handshake.
King versus king.
Only one win in this round.
But not through lack of effort.
No, they played a very long fighting game. 82
Wow.
moves.
Let's get the view from Warsaw. Maurice, over to you.
Well, we did see 2 wins in this round, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did win his game, as did Deac. But no shakeup at the top of the leaderboard. What I did see and I liked about that round was actually the fighting spirit. Players playing to king on king or not just repeating. That just shows that they really want to get those points however they can. Forget all this strategic resting and all that. They are out for those 2 points. Remember, it is 2 points every rapid victory. So it's huge. You can't just treat it like it's going to be when you get to the blitz. So they're trying to accumulate as much as possible, milk any little blood from a stone that they can, and that means fighting chess all around. We should expect to see more as the last round of the day comes up next.
Thank you, Maurice. As we get ready for a break, we've got Ben Underwood is quizzing our panel. Let's see what the next quiz has in mind for us.
What was the best finish achieved in the Poland Rapid Blitz 2024 by a GCT Tour participant?
A full tour participant.
It
Not a
doesn't
wild
specify
card.
that.
Yeah.
Right.
Not a wild card. 2nd, 4th, or 5th.
Well, we'll think about it, and we'll know the answer when we come back from the break. As we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with the players to ask what special skills are involved with Rapid and Blitz. So take a listen.
Which skills do you need to develop to play well in Rapid and Blitz tournaments?
I think mostly it's to be confident and be not nervous and manage to play good in tournament. I think playing a lot online, maybe Blitz, it helps and to analyze those games.
Instinct. Yeah, you also have to have good intuition basically, and also to spot quick tactics. I don't mean calculation, but quick tactics like two-move tactic, which wins or which gives you a huge advantage. I think these two are important aspect in Rapid and Blitz. And if you ask me how to improve it, I'm honestly not sure because those two I struggle myself. So I think intuition is basically about trying to look at different types of positions. That could certainly help. And about tactics, one thing is also about the mindset. You also have to be alert throughout the game. But another thing is actual skill. Like you have to be strong at spotting those tactics. So working on tactics like them will be useful.
Probably one should be able to very quickly remember the opening lines and their quick calculation. And I guess to keep cool during the time trouble. When there are only seconds left, then you have to keep your health, which is not easy. Memory, obviously, some people have better memory, but okay, you can refresh the lines before the game, and you have to be very good in guessing, I guess. And calculation, probably you have to forget the very long lines to try not to miss the first moves. So we are talking about practical chess. Well, that's a bit more psychological, to keep cool. Almost everyone collapses with seconds on the clock.
In general, you need a good intuition, the capability of taking split-second decision, and in general, understanding what are the needs of the position and plan accordingly in a matter of seconds. So that's one thing. Of course, you also need probably not to be able to calculate deeply because this takes a lot of time. It can be helpful, but what's most helpful is quick, fast-paced calculation and, on many short lines, and hopefully your opponent doesn't see one of them. And that's, a lot of my plan when I come for a rapid control game.
Like try to play with a different style, with different approaches to the game. Try to focus on end games only, or to create some types of middle games on a period of games. So to develop and to learn many skills to precision, like to get better and better in certain skills. I think one of the advantages of young ages is that you are learning faster. And if you are a focused learner, then you will be able to perform best players relatively soon if you are maintaining your focus on specific targets. So yeah, like having some general idea which skill you want to develop is really important for young players, and building themselves as a players, and like always be passionate learner, but also like lots of practice is really helpful to develop skills. So to play a lot, work a lot, and to have some targets and general idea how to develop. Yeah.
Probably intuition and like fast calculation. That is something I need to work on. In general, like I'm a very slow calculator, like slower than a tortoise or anything. So yeah, that is something I need to work on.
That's a very tough question. Rapid and Blitz is definitely very different from classical chess. Like calculation has to be on point because you don't really have much time, so your instincts have to be very sharp. Also, time management is hugely important, and that matters a lot. That also depends on opening preparation. Then you can spare some time in the first part of the game, and then calculation, and also knowing your positions, your structure in the middle game, and the memory comes more, let's say, in the end game, where knowledge from home helps a lot on this part, just to not get in huge time trouble. And if time trouble comes, just you have to have good instincts and just play as fast as you can.
I think you need to think fast to play good in Rapid and Blitz. They need to resolve many puzzles to increase their pattern recognition.
I think the most important is to keep the self-control, because quite often the strength of players is very close and the last seconds decide. So if you're able to be well prepared for little tactics or little kind of damage control kind of thing, then you'll do well. For Blitz and Rapid, I think you need to play a lot of Blitz generally. I don't know how useful it is to play Rapid because it's longer, and I think the issue with playing Rapid games is that sometimes you cannot concentrate fully because it's not very competitive in Blitz. So I would recommend playing lots of Blitz, maybe solving some small tactical ideas.
Well, first of all, you have to trust your instinct. I'm actually pretty decent in that, I would say. It's one of my main strengths. Of course, you have to be quicker. Quick in general. You have to spot easy tactics instantly. Some openings might be more suitable for faster time controls, and preparing them makes a lot of sense. If you start winning, games, then it gets very easy at some point. Relatively, Magnus has done this a lot of times in Grandchester, because 2 years ago, I was a lot of points ahead of him after Rapid, but then he was winning, making, I don't know, dropping 1.5 points, out of 10 games or something, and it was very tough to withstand this, the speed of scoring points, and you have to get into this, I don't know how to phrase it, this flow, and then it's nice.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. Players have still one more round to play today, but let's find out the answer to our last question.
The quiz was?
I'm taking 4.
I'm going with second.
I gotta go with him. I think second, but okay.
Peter was right.
I remember the wildcards did unbelievably well, even though I can't exactly place them in the correct order, and I'm sure if our producers could help us out with this, but yeah, wildcards had a fantastic time last time around.
5 rounds of play. What are our standings?
Let's have a look. There's still 2 players leading, Alireza, Firouzja, and Vladimir Fedoseev with 7 points, and still in clear third, it's Aravindh. Then a lot of players with 5 points.
Yes, Levon, Prague, Duda, Daniel. And our tournament leaders undefeated. But tell us about the pairings coming up for our third and final game of today.
We have Fedoseev playing Deac, Duda against MVL, Gavrilescu playing Aravindh, Firouzja playing against Levon, that's going to be our key matchup.
Absolutely.
And then Topalov against Prague.
When I look at that game between Duda and MVL, I'm saying, a moment ago I swore I saw MVL have 1 point to his name, and suddenly he's back in the mix.
Yeah.
Big games coming up.
With this scoring system, you win one and you jump up so fast with 2 points. Yeah.
Exactly.
And importantly, nobody's running away with it yet. Our leaders are on +2.
Right.
And only one person on +1 and the rest of the field on 50% or less. So yeah, you string a couple of wins together and suddenly you're very much in the mix for the victory in the whole thing. And of course there's still 18 games of Blitz coming up starting from day after tomorrow.
Well, that was the big thing too. In the whole prediction was this idea that when they do get to Blitz, that's where Alireza really shines. And that was why the predictive model was giving like a 70%, something
50,
crazy.
but that still seemed insane, yeah.
Exactly. I didn't think it was going to be that.
We'll see. If he ends up, and he should, judging on this form, if he ends up towards the top of the leaderboard before the 18 round of Blitz, he will feel very, very confident because this field obviously features a lot of very strong Blitz players. MVL is a legend in his own right. Fedoseev, I guess, is a kind of a dark horse, although with every good round he shows...
Levon can beat anybody.
Yeah, Levon. But Alireza on current form, I guess, is in the absence of Magnus and Hikaru and Fabi, should be feeling quite confident going to the Blitz.
Yesterday he wasn't very happy with the quality of his play. He said he didn't play for 3 months or something, so it takes some time to get into form.
Exactly.
But today he's doing definitely better. And all players are still arriving.
Exactly, I'm going to just get it.
It's interesting when you have this kind of roster of players. You have some players that you would think they would be on the bottom, but they are delivering big upsets here and there, which affect the standings every round.
Absolutely. That game between Duda and Firouzja that just finished in a draw, that was a very important save. I mean, I don't think Firouzja was anywhere really close to seriously worse, but a lesser player could have easily lost that.
Absolutely, and also, I think it's important to mention that a lot of I think the perception of Firouzja, and not a wrong perception necessarily, is that he is an incredibly impressive, dynamic, tactical player. But in this game, he just chose from the get-go. He chose to defend a very passive position in which, because he refused to play King D4 there in the end, I think he made zero aggressive moves in this entire 80-move game. And he held it quite comfortably. And that's showing versatility and also showing that he is prepared to do the hard yards when needed.
Exactly.
Levon just chose the French defense against Alireza.
Whoa.
That's pretty impressive, right?
Well, he has been playing the French of late. Levon has... his whole life has been playing e5. I mean, his whole career was based on the Marshall Gambit and lines of the Ruy Lopez. And recently he's kind of come back.
A lot of Armenian top players played the French.
Absolutely. So. Raphael Vachier-Lagrave really led an army of players. I'm also thinking Firouzja loves to play the French defense, bishop to d7. The advanced French defense, by the way, Peter, just weigh in on this. When you play the French and you've got the winner word, the Tarash, but to my mind, the advance has always been the most challenging, if you will.
It's hard to define this because it's maybe the most uncompromising. Specifically because, let me just bring this up so that we can talk in more concrete fashion. I think I always thought that the way to play the principal game against the French is knight c3, but you have to say that it allows the Rubinstein.
Right.
And these days there's not a lot of Rubinstein players floating around at the top, so you don't have to worry about it all that much. But e5 does lead to incredibly uncompromising, incredibly difficult to understand positions, and there's a lot of development in that line as well. In particular, these days there's a lot of lines, if black plays queen b6, I will of course mangle the move orders, but this idea, I think even here, people just started doing this.
And sacking a pawn.
Yeah, just saying, I'm fine. You know, I'm not even pretending to try to win it back.
Right.
Like, then white goes like h3, knight bg2 allows dc3, bc3, and just says, I'm okay being a full pawn down for activity, development, and things like that. So the approach to the advance also changed quite, I think, dramatically in recent years. And Levon is playing a line which is slightly more restrained, I think. Queen is still staying on d8, castles, knight f5. And a very useful transition which people do, I think, quite a bit these days. They just relieve the tension in the center as early as possible. dc5, bishop c5, bishop d3, castles. And you get this position, you get these types of positions from the Caro as well, quite a bit. Yes. In the e5, c5 Caro, you get this exact structure, where black wants to play against the pawn on e5, while white wants to kind of hang on to it and ideally develop some sort of an attack on the king side. But for now, as you see, Alireza is trying to gain some space on the queen side. A very sharp, very interesting position to discuss.
And these two players know each other very well. How do they match up?
Look, even though they're from different generations,
but
played
look at
so many games, 23
wow.
draws, 15 wins for Alireza and 10 wins for Levon.
For Levon, 15 losses. It's hard to beat Levon. Let's just start with that. Let's beat him 15 times.
So when did they play this in Rapid?
They have been playing a lot. This queenside expansion, I just wanted to say that old school that I am, whenever I saw the move knight e7, I always thought it was automatic that white wanted to play, knight a3, right? I've always seen
and that was the Grishuk way.
Yeah, I'm defending d4, I'm going to keep d4. As long as I keep d4, I'll keep e5, I've got some pressure, but what he did is a completely different approach. He dissolved the tension, he took on c5, and he expanded on the queen side. Is this all still theory?
I'm assuming there will be some games. Nope, not anymore. I'm not sure exactly where we departed the official theory, so to speak, but no.
Because everything looked pretty reasonable, including this expansion, knight a3. And how does the engine assess the position?
Slightly better for white. We play knight c2, we play rook e1. Maybe we want to play g3, king g2, just to get out of the x-ray from the bishop on b6. And then eventually we will start. We're not playing on the queen side here. Eventually we will be playing on the king side, I'm pretty sure, because the queen side is quite safe for black. I think the bigger question is, how does black approach it? Let's say we play knight c2 here.
Okay.
If we could get f6, ef6, queen takes f6 in, we would be doing it at a heartbeat. But unfortunately for us, f6 pretty much always runs, currently it runs very simply to takes, and queen takes d5, and we're busted.
Right.
And it's not that easy to prepare. If you go knight c7 here, for instance, at least you have to contend with the idea of white playing g4, because we've robbed ourselves of the h4 square. We've disconnected the queen from the h4 square here, and that means we'll have to play knight h6. White takes on h6, plays queen d2.
Don't sign me up.
Yeah, this is a very interesting position, though, because
really,
if you put it back, white is kind of winning, but it's not back. It is on g4. So like king g7, knight g6, f6. I'd be quite interested in this with black, I think, because it's a very, very kind of a double-edged, unclear position, which I think should appeal to Levon, the trickster in Levon, very much.
Wow.
Yeah, it's because of knight coming to g6. Black king doesn't seem that weak.
I think it's fine.
I mean, I just had a spasm of of a horrible
so we get some kind of a
structure.
position like this. You also constantly have to worry about the pawn on c3 is a source of some worry. Knight h4 is an idea in some positions. f6 absolutely is an idea in pretty much every single position here. So, yeah, this is
we do have knight e7 on the board, by the way.
Oh, so
and no g2, g4, but very quick.
Well, he hasn't played knight c2, actually. He played rook e1, bishop d2. He's keeping knight on a3 for now. Now black, I guess, having played knight e7, you can play f6, but because he will not be recapturing with the queen, it's less attractive. The rook on f6 is not as exciting a recapture. Now we want to play knight cd4, maybe bishop g5 at some point later, try to land the knight on e5.
This looks comfy for white.
Yeah, he's gone knight g6, which is what I expected. Now a very normal reaction would be to play g3, because black does want to offload a pair of knights on the h4 square. I don't know if it's obligatory, but it's definitely very natural here to play g3.
We do have knight on g6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how does white... I think if Alireza had the chance to play the g4 line, he would have gone for it, but he didn't play the knight c2.
Right.
You probably could still do it here,
Really?
although... No, it's a lot worse because the knight might actually not get all the way over to g4. He might not be in time. Mm-hmm.
That would have been a position that suits both of them.
Yeah.
And if I could ask a kind of an obvious question, knight to c2, put the knight on d4 like a good guy.
We take on f3, and then we play f6 next move.
Take on f3, take on f6.
Let's say knight takes f3, we play f6. White is not worse, but it's very double-edged now. Because we've gained some, we keep on talking about gaining space on the queen side, but this is kind of weak.
So I recapture with the queen on f3, Peter?
Sure.
And are we sure about this? So I take on g6 and queen g4-ish.
Well, g4-ish actually runs into some turbulence. Well, this is very beautiful, actually. I don't know.
King, queen f4?
Yep, sorry. Yeah, like, come on.
You could do it. What?
I don't know. Yes. I don't know if
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah.
This is a bit confusing. I missed that one.
How could you?
So have I. I'm laying no claim to this.
Rook c3.
Yeah. No, but if we don't have this, we can play g5, and the engine isn't really worried either.
Okay.
To be fair.
Okay. Yeah.
If you don't see it, you play g5. You try to play maybe bishop c7 next move and really dig at the.
That was fun. That was fun.
But I wanted to show that because it was a very beautiful combo.
Wow. Okay, where shall we go, Nasi? You tell me.
Well, let's check how Fedoseev's doing.
Okay, our tournament co-leader. He's up against Daniel Deac and another Catalan. I tell you.
Same line as yesterday, right?
Yes. Right? Catalan has become a very, very popular choice. I think, well, there's so many players you got to give credit to. Wesley So amongst them has made the Catalan popular at the very least.
Started playing Catalan.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, and this is a reasonably topical line. We discussed this knight c3, knight e5 yesterday, and I spoke about knight c6 and queen d6, but of course, the move c7, c5, which is what Deac chose here, is very, very natural. And this is another reason why we've maybe started with knight c3, because we have this option of taking on d1 with the knight. And you get this, all of this is still theory, and you get these types of positions where you can see why white could be a bit better. In particular, like if you take on c3 and you play some more kind of naive moves, I don't know, king f8 and like rook fd1, suddenly you are probably in quite a lot of trouble because the bishop on g2 is just so much better. The usual speech you give about the Catalan.
Yeah.
This is why you play the Catalan.
Right.
But obviously, nobody is at all obliged to take on c3. The engine goes b7, b6, which is very, very logical. You want this bishop on a6. And says there's no real reason for black to worry if you go knight e5, e5, knight e3. Bishop b6 is quite good. Bishop a6 is also playable. It's just fine. And b6 has now been played by Deac. So this is the issue with the Catalan is that these lines exist where black, if black just wants to equalize in a very, very solid fashion without ever really having any chances to play for a win. There are these lines which are very difficult to dismantle.
Turning our attention to the game between Duda and MVL, when you're playing the Grunfeld defense, one of the things that you have to really be ready for is a wide battleground. You know, the battleground might be knight f3, h3. It might be h4, h5. It might be bishop g5. Now, why are they playing bishop g7? I always was thinking that knight e4.
No, bishop g7 is the most
today.
Yeah, I think it's kind of replaced knight e4 as the more fashionable reply.
Okay.
I was at the forefront of this way back in the early 90s.
Please.
When people. We used to play this in this fashion. Like the big question, of course, has to be why not just bishop takes f6 and c takes
and take a
d5.
pawn.
And I used to play c6 here. which is fine, but allows white to play e4, and the resulting positions are a little bit uncomfortable. And then they realized that, why stop at 1? You can give up 2. And this is the current state of things. And this is very relevant because we will get a position from this line later on in the game.
Okay.
But what Duda has done is he's played knight f3. And here, my personal preference was always, if this is included, now we switch to knight e4. Because some things have been ruled out. White very often in the knight e4 lines wants to have some flexibility as to where this knight goes to f3 or maybe to some other squares, and this may create problems. And in particular, after c5, I'm a bit surprised with how quickly Duda went for bishop takes f6 here, which kind of transposes to exactly the positions I was talking about earlier, because d takes c5 is a very serious option in this position. And I kind of wanted Duda to play d takes c5 because I was sure MVL will show something to me in my favorite opening, and I kind of wanted to learn today.
Right.
But instead we got a transposition to the line I was discussing. This is back in that line. C takes d4, knight takes d4, queen b6, knight b3, a5. All of this I think is in my course, and I remember this, e3, a4. It looks like black is kind of getting to the pawn on b2, but not just yet. Bishop b5 check, bishop d7, knight d4. And now, I think you can castle. I think I was giving castles as a very solid option, but you can also do what MVL has done. Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, takes, take on b5, rook a5, knight c3. I'm expecting knight c3. You can play rook c1, but it's not really an improvement. Black will castle, and you're not gaining very much. And then you try to play for some kind of counterplay with knight a6, knight b4. I think it ends up being a draw. You still have to defend some positions where you kind of need to know what you're doing. But I think it does end up being very, very level. The interesting thing is that MVL is not continuing to blitz out all of this stuff.
Wow. Again, for me, I just say, this battleground of the Grunfeld, what you've got to know. There's so many main lines that you have.
Learning this from scratch is maybe not that much fun, but both MVL and I have been doing this for decades.
Decades.
So it kind of accumulates.
Exactly. It compounds over time. Rook a5 on the board. We're expecting knight to c3, and as you were saying, knight to a6, knight to b4. We can expect white is thinking about castling, putting his rook on e1.
Yeah, or king d2. It's not that clear where they, because I think often you will want your king closer to where the fight is on king d2. And if knight b4, there's often this very annoying idea of playing b3.
b3.
Yeah, and then putting the knight on a4 and playing like if you go a3, I think I go rook maybe hc1 and.
Is the pawn on a3 a weakness in the future?
It might, and yeah, like knight b4, b3, a3.
Asset liability, you tell me, Nazi.
Rook e1, rook e3, the other one to e1, and so on. Maybe rook hc1 is not the way to go.
Right.
These are very strange-looking endgames because you often are not even trying to win the pawn on d5 immediately. You're just you set up this situation with rook on a5 and knight on b4, and you're hoping to improve further. You're hoping to play king d7. You're hoping maybe to include the rook on h8 in the game, and only after that you are trying to cash something in. Rook c1 castles, by the way, I think is the continuation. And this is honestly a bit easier, I think, for black now.
Rook to, okay. But the benefit of the move rook c1, obviously I am threatening rook c8 check. Don't think of taking the knight. You can't play king.
No, not really. Rook c7, rook b7 would be painful.
Yes, precisely.
But
castles.
The flip side is that you've committed to rook c1, which is not maybe the most needed move, and also it really defangs your b3 ideas because after ab3, nothing is hanging on a5.
And there's no.
So now knight a6, knight b4, or knight a6, knight c7 it just comes a lot faster.
Okay, let's do the same thing. In this case, I get a rook on the e-file, perhaps?
But I think I can even maybe take on d5 here.
Knight takes d5, rook
Although
e5?
rook e5 exists, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit
pressure.
iffy. Yeah, it's a bit iffy.
I do have the rook on the c-file.
And also, black has a really wide variety of routes for the knight. I can go knight d7, knight f6, which might be slightly more comfy. Like knight c3, maybe knight d7 is slightly better because I can I can choose b6, I can choose f6. I have a really wide choice there.
Knight to d7, knight to f6.
Yeah, I think it probably ends up fizzling, but as you showed, you still need to be precise. I guess in this position we go knight d5, rook e5, rook d8. We don't go e6. e6 would be. I think I don't like that position at all after e6. But after rook d8, I think we probably should be fine.
Yeah, that
Peter,
feels
if you
right.
could show us Alireza's game, because I noticed there's some missed opportunities for Levon.
For Levon?
In the last two moves.
Whoa, lots of red on my screen. So I have no idea why. So bishop g5 was played here, not g3. f6 is, whoa, yeah, like you're asking black to play f6 here.
You're demanding.
You're absolutely demanding. I'm pretty sure he didn't do it because of this.
Right.
But the machine says you're kind of winning.
-2.
Yeah, because g4 and c3 is hanging, g4 is coming.
Bishop on b6.
It's not even, honestly, it's not even surprising this is bad for white. It looks bad.
Both knights are bad.
And if you don't take on f5, this looks horrendous.
No, that is not what we want.
Yeah, that is a very strange sequence there. Bishop g5, I don't know what this is, and I also don't know why Levon didn't just take him up on it.
Could he have been thinking f6, bishop f5?
But the same.
Take on g6?
I understand it's a triple. It's a triple.
Okay.
But you are losing material.
Queen,
I guess maybe he didn't
Queen
like
d2,
this.
knight d4. That was what I was thinking. Oh, well.
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue if you're going to take a pawn.
Yeah, and then I go back to d7, and I am a pawn up with 2 bishops, and your position is kind of disjointed, and like f2 will be weak for the rest of the year. That's weird. Okay, so queen e8, white played a5, bishop a7, and white played queen d2.
Also
and once again, please play f6.
Right.
And despite the fact that there's this x-ray along the e file, there's no way to exploit it. Bishop takes f5, f takes g5, and once again, I mean, it just
same story.
It looks
now
gorgeous.
Bishop g6, black takes with the queen.
With the queen, yeah, it looks gorgeous for black.
It's even better.
f2.
Yeah. Instead, he played d5, d4, and now, if white goes c4, he is worse. Not much worse, but somewhat worse.
Yeah, d4 just blocks our fantastic bishop.
Yeah, we had that yesterday where somebody had played black makes his bishop worse and makes white's bishop better.
Yeah.
You know, like in a single move.
Yeah, this is a.
Okay,
Levon is not a lifetime French player. And this is maybe slightly showing here because.
Simbad Laputian. And I remember he had defeated one Garry Kasparov. And Gary said, yeah, but Laputian beat everybody on the black side of the French. So I don't feel terrible.
Yeah. I mean, Levon, sort of by rights, he is from the Armenian school of chess, which, I mean, the French is the trademark.
Exactly.
Both Raphael Vaganian and Simbat and some others, like all the youngsters, they all played the French. But Levon is has never really been an aficionado.
No, he was the e5. Queen e8, a5.
c4 is on the board.
Queen d2, d4 question mark. Why don't you play f6? c4 is on the board. Bishop c6, bishop e4.
Bishop e4 not great. Queen
not
e2,
great?
Queen e2 was stronger. And now once again, take on e4 and play f6. Will he do it? Will he do it at the third time?
For the third time.
I think we've established both of them think f6 is bad.
Yeah.
Well, be careful. If you don't play f6 as soon, there might be a point where white just says, I'm not going to let you play f6. I'm going to play bishop f6, and away we go. Strange missed opportunities. How does the clock times feature between these?
22 minutes, so he has barely spent any time. And Alireza down to 13 minutes.
And again, in their head-to-head matchup, we saw a remarkable number of games, but a remarkable number of victories by Alireza.
+5.
Yeah, 15 wins to 10. I don't know. I mean, unless you're Magnus Carlsen, I don't know. Did Fabi beat Levon 15
and Levon
times?
have played over 200 games, so probably.
That's pretty crazy, but what a matchup these two are having. How about our other co-leader?
Yeah, let's.
If you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Who's that?
Vladimir.
No, because there are actually 2 games I haven't touched yet.
Please.
Yeah.
So the one I have on my screen is Veselin with the white pieces against Prague, and Prague is, I think the choice of playing the Caro against Veselin is at least somewhat provoked by Veselin not really having the most fun time so far.
Right.
And this is a very modern way of playing the Caro, just like, and you as somebody who has played this your entire life, you probably have never played
No,
A5
I've never played A5.
Oh,
Yeah.
I played this last year at the US Champs.
A5 on move 5, yeah?
Yeah, on move 5.
A5, A4, Queen A5? What was your
Magnus
idea?
or MVL played it in Rapid, so I just repeated.
Yeah.
Because 2 rounds before that I lost because I didn't play A5.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I'm not letting that happen again. So I
Get
played
it in there.
really.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of development, so I'll just show the current position, which seems quite healthy for black. White is also completely fine, but basically after A5, A4, Knight D7, Prague went for this kind of very topical idea of immediately digging at the white center with F6, and Veselin played Bishop D3, and stuff started coming off the board. So this is one game, and the other one we haven't spoken about at all is kind of relevant to our standings because Aravindh is having a very nice tournament.
Absolutely.
But he is kind of bluffing against Gavrilescu here because in the Rossolimo here, Aravindh played G6, castles, Bishop G7, C3, Knight F6, Rook E1. This is like the absolute old style main line, castles D4. And in this position, you are supposed to play D5 or takes D5. Both of them, I think, are playable. But currently, I think the more fashionable way of doing it is keeping the C pawns on the board.
As Wesley
now, yeah.
Wesley So plays it this way, yeah.
And instead, he played A7, A6, a move which absolutely exists, but I think already is not supposed to be the best. One very natural reaction, which I think I myself tried, was just to take, and play. Very importantly, you prevent Bishop G4.
Right.
And now your center is very secure. And I just tend to like these types of positions with the very nice center against the bishops. But I think this is topical, and the black players play this to get a fighting position, even though, like, for my personal preference, I'm taking white there every single day of the week.
Okay.
But Gavrilescu went Bishop D3, and once again,
Not bad.
you are kind of, I think, expected to do something like this, even if it costs you a pawn temporarily. And instead, Aravindh played takes, Knight B4, which I kind of really dislike. Even the immediate E5 looks very interesting. And what Gavrilescu has done also looks very logical. Bishop F1, D5, E5, Knight E4, Knight C3. And in comparison, with the C4, CD4, D5, E5, Knight E4, I think white is like a bunch of tempi up.
Right.
What is this knight doing on B4? Why is it there? Black played Bishop G4, and now after Queen B3, this is just not good. I think this is objectively quite a lot of trouble for black because, let's say you take on C3, even BC3, Queen takes B7 is strong, but maybe even stronger is to take on B4, and if you go Knight E4, this knight has no squares. I can play H3.
Please
I can call your bluff on Bishop takes F3 and force this bishop away.
That was
and
why
let's
you
say if you
thought
go,
bluffing.
if you decide to protect B7, now I can play something like Knight G5. And this is an absolute dream. Like, this is what you play the Rossolimo for. This type of position where the bishop on G7 is completely sealed off and you're kind of in control everywhere. So it feels like maybe he is trying a little bit too hard not to play the mainline theory in this game, Aravindh, because he is half a point behind the leaders. He is playing against somebody who is not having a poor tournament, but who is still like a soft target in this field, right?
Right.
And I have a feeling the sequence of A6 takes Knight B4 is playing the name rather than the position.
Yeah.
Might cost him.
Yeah.
Gavrilescu is a very good player.
I'm going to tease Peter in this position after Bishop C8. A lifelong Grunfeld player. He's used to having his dark squared bishop having an open diagonal, and this is just not a good Grunfeld.
Yeah, he's gone Knight C6, so he's continuing to bluff actually. And now the only way he's really in trouble is Queen takes B7, but also why wouldn't you play Queen takes B7? If
We've played Queen B3 for purpose.
Yeah.
Queen D5?
So why isn't Queen D5? Oh, there's Knight E2 in
There's
between.
Knight E2 check.
In between check.
Very important because
I was ready to play B takes C3.
Exactly,
I'd have a
Rook F8 BC. You kind of
very
But
pleased.
Knight E2 Bishop E2 Rook F8. You're instantly fine because you will win the pawn on D4 back.
Ooh.
Yeah, but you can play Queen B7.
Yes.
Let's say Rook C8.
No, Bishop F3.
Bishop F3 Queen C6. Yeah, it's just nothing.
Okay.
And here, like, kind of any move.
Bishop
The one you probably make is bishop e3, but even queen takes
she wants to take another pawn.
Bishop a6?
Yeah.
Even bishop as well. Yeah, I wanted to make sure my queen
wasn't getting trapped.
Yeah. But no, it's not. No.
No.
No, this is very strong. This is very strong. Bishop e3 is strong. This is very strong because this is just not a threat. If you take this, like this is very solid and 2 pawns down.
No, you're going to go knight takes d4 here, right? Because you got knight f3 check.
Yeah.
But you don't have knight f3 check.
But regrettably, after queen d3, you will be playing like there is knight b5, which is not a blunder because bishop takes b5, queen a5 exists, hitting
too.
But you're just down a pawn, and white has passers, which will start going.
And a safe king, actually, strangely enough.
Quite a safe king.
Queen takes d5 on the board.
Okay, then the bluff sort of pays off.
Because of this knight e2
because
check.
of knight e2 check. Well, he will.
It's easy to miss knight e2, though.
But he will find it because everything else is so bad. Once again, you will be obliged to find it because you're completely busted otherwise.
A forced sequence. Thank you, Peter. And Nazi?
Should we go back to Alireza because their position is the most interesting?
Yes. And by the way, we finally saw f6.
Is on the board.
Bishop e4, takes. f6 is on the board. Bishop f4, and now bishop b5.
Oh, I like the last move that Alireza played after c5. Knight's finally coming back to the game. Knight c4.
Oh my goodness. If we could ever.
Of course, something's hanging on e5.
Exactly.
Do we take on f4 first, or?
It's interesting that I think bishop b8 is what anybody would play in about 3 seconds flat, and I think he has in about 3 seconds flat. But knight takes f4 in a previous move. If you want to go back a couple of lines, here. Knight f4. If you take with the rook, then bishop b8 gains in strength, obviously.
Okay.
And if you take with the queen, you have to worry about queen a4.
Queen a4.
And suddenly you are reminded that there's also the queen side you have to somewhat
That
worry
reminds me of
queen.
Queen a2 against...
very nice spot, Nazi,
Yeah, and queen back, still...
Rook takes c4 here.
Oh, pardon me, I was about to play c5. Okay, so it means that I would have had to play awkward move rook takes f4.
And bishop b8 is not bad, but it's interesting that the engine is trying to utilize absolutely every single, ounce of tactical option. I think the difference is, if you take on f4 now, I assume with the queen.
In the current position?
Oh, sorry. So bishop b8 was the choice.
If you take, I take with the queen, and if you play queen a4, you no longer have that rook takes c4 tactic.
Right.
So I can quite safely just drop back to d2 and try to play knight c2 next move.
Exactly.
But this is such a, fine margin, such a little itsy bit of difference that it's very easy to miss.
I feel like this is it's crucial that black play whatever it is he's going to have to play, because knight c4, knight d6 wins the game. Yeah. So you don't want to do something that just gets you a very...
Maybe let's take on e5 right away.
Okay, show me.
Take with the bishop.
Yeah.
So if we trade everything.
Show me, yeah. Take.
At least I'm less scared of knight c4, knight d6.
By the way, he's taken on f4.
He has taken on f4.
Okay.
We expect queen takes f4.
Actually, rook is also fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are roughly similar, and actually lead to the same position, because it basically wants to go back to e4 here. And if you take with the queen after f5, it just goes back to g2 anyway. So it's exactly the same position. Yeah.
And again, if I can play knight c4, rook e1, knight takes e5, I'm going to be lording
Want to take a stab at the best move in this position for black, currently at least on my screen?
Just a second.
This one?
Yeah. Let's take a look. Just a second. It's not, if you go queen a4, no.
I can just move knight c4 now.
Queen
knight c2.
c6, rook e1.
It doesn't win or anything, but it's very beautiful.
Really?
We shouldn't go knight e3 here.
Knight e3? No, I would never think of that.
Knight e3.
Yeah.
Nope, sorry, that wasn't on my radar.
So rook takes f4, fe5, rook e4, and it goes knight e3 here with the intention of meeting f takes e3 with queen g6, and suddenly there's this rook on e4 which has no squares.
And rook f3.
And rook takes f3 also coming in. fe3 in fact is a massive mistake. You should do something else. And not even something else, specifically knight takes e5, after which the game could continue takes, knight g4, And I'm taking black here. The evaluation is basically equal, but I'm taking black here because the knight is still quite far away, and there's all these jumps with queen h5.
I thought queen was on d8, so I was like, queen h4 is coming. That's
no,
great.
but
queen h5 is actually coming. Yeah.
Rook e2.
Rook e2, rook d8 for now.
Oh, not queen h5. Sorry.
For now, rook d8 because I created a threat of d3. Very strong threat of d3.
d3.
Yeah.
Oh, this knight on. Why isn't my knight on d6? Hold on. Rook d8.
Yeah.
Help me out here, Peter. I go knight.
d3.
Rook e4.
Rook takes.
Oh, rook f2. Ah, shoot. Good morning, St.
Or queen
Louis.
g6 first, or something. Yeah.
Okay, just a second.
And they're headed in that direction actually. Rook f4, fe5 already played.
Okay, just a second. So if I go rook
Levon spot 93.
f1, rook f1. Are you playing d3?
Should we include e5, e4? I don't know.
Well,
too slow.
I'm dreaming, right?
Right.
I'm one move away from having a very, very powerful positional advantage.
So if queen h5, you play h3.
Forced.
Knight e5. Just to stop your knight c4.
And also maybe
you're a
knight
mean
f3
person.
check is a threat. Yeah. Yeah. F4 though.
Queen g6.
Yeah, he's playing. I mean, this is what everybody plays. I think knight e3 is just a little bit too outlandish.
But he's threatening knight e3.
Yeah.
Maybe he's.
Yeah. So you can actually take on e5. It looks like you can't because there's knight h4 in the end there, but white has queen g5 or rook g5, so you're not actually losing anything.
Okay, so knight takes e5.
Bishop takes. Rook takes.
Knight h4,
Yeah,
queen
and-
g5 or rook g5.
I think probably I would like to play queen g5 because I would like to get the queens off. I'm worried about getting mated somewhere.
With good reason.
Yeah. It's still a very sharp position because both sides have very significant trumps. Black has passer in the center, slightly more active pieces for now. White will win many endgames. If endgames do appear on the board, and white gets to play knight c4 and then kind of establish control.
But how does black avoid the trading of queens, Peter?
I don't think you do, but the rook on g5 will be misplaced. I'm not sure. Also, the engine doesn't play knight h4. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
importantly, knight h4 is not forced. You
Very
probably
important.
should play rook cd8.
Rook cd8
Yeah,
again,
for now.
and then I'm
Knight
very
c4
happy to jump
or
my
rook
knight.
e1.
I guess I
Knight
go
is-
d3 here.
Okay.
Because I am currently covering the d6 square. You're no longer really threatening to win the game.
Knight d4 might be a problem.
Knight d4, or, yeah, like
Knight d4, I was...
There's no e2 checks also available.
yeah.
Knight e2.
Knight e2 check is
Can we go
playable
knight
and
e2 right
strong,
now?
seemingly. Yeah. No, it starts getting.
Yeah, my spidey sense is beginning to tingle there. Yeah. Something went wrong. Okay, queen g6 on the board. Clock times?
14 minutes for Levon, about 9 for Alireza.
9 minutes. And this is a very, very double-edged position. It's easy to play rook e1, rook a1 to e1, and maybe fall victim to knight e3. I mean,
Yeah.
so, you know, once you see this, sometimes...
It can be missed.
Yes, exactly. So we'll keep an eye
So
on that.
practically speaking, Levon has maybe some good chances.
Indeed. This whole... Ooh,
This is the
queen
second best move.
G5.
Yeah, it's a decent choice.
I think it's very solid to avoid all kinds of tactics.
Yes. Had I seen this,
And also,
I would have suggested
whenever we
it.
were taking on e5, the bishop was opening up. Now, maybe he doesn't want to take the pawn and keep that bishop terrible on b8.
Right. You could imagine a knight, you go queen takes g5, knight takes g5, and then the rook moves away and the knight goes on e4, and the bishop is forever stuck on b8 and saying, why do I have an e5 pawn? I like this choice by queen g5. You said it was second best to knight e5.
Yeah, the engine did not find anything particularly to dislike about restoring material balance. But this is solid. I just wanted briefly to update our viewers. One of our co-leaders, Vladimir Fedoseev, is still having a very good time with the Catalan in this tournament. We were talking about b6, which was played on the board. Rook fc1, bishop a6, knight e4. Bishop e7 is fine, bishop b4 is fine here. Bishop d4, I understand it's an aggressive-looking move, targeting some pawns on the queen side. But you do put your pieces, like they're overcrowded here in the center. e3 is becoming a bit annoying. I think this was the beginnings of his problems. Knight e5, b3, And here in particular, he should have played something like rook ac8 first. Instead, he took and played knight e7. And now, after something like e3, bishop e5, bishop b4, trying to follow it up with c4, c5, the pieces are just not exactly where they want to be. And even, let's say, even in a position like this, where it seems like we've solved every single problem, and we would have, if not for the fact that there's this bishop on a6.
Pawn on a7's hanging.
you actually lose the a7 pawn. And yes, you will have some drawing chances here, but you're not going to be
happy.
No,
this is
this is a very positive development here for Vladimir. e3 is strong. Immediate bishop b4 is also quite good. So, yeah, this is no longer an easy equality for Deac at all. Maybe not an equality altogether.
Wow, that, you're right. Visually, you would think after knight c6, you've solved so many of your problems, until you see the pawn on a7.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's my Achilles heel. By the way, we do have some developments in Alireza's game after queen g5. Queen takes g5, knight takes g5, h6. He wasn't afraid of the e6 pawn. And Alireza said, I'm not interested in the e6 pawn.
No.
I'm going to just come back and I'm just going to go...
oh, knight's going to d5 now.
Knight e7 is a very strong move. Yeah, it was doing really nothing on f5 anymore, so he is transferring it over to either d5 or c6. Yeah, trying to play against the white queen side.
That's beautiful.
Nicely played by Alireza.
That is really, really beautiful.
Probably knight c4?
Well,
knight c4,
knight
d5.
I'm hitting b4.
Well,
yeah.
I'll take d4.
Knight c takes c5.
Knight
takes b4.
Yep.
Knight takes d4.
Okay.
Move.
d7.
Oh, it's black to move.
There's knight d7, right?
Yeah.
Knight.
Yeah.
I was looking at knight e6 and I was going to take knight d7. Excuse me.
Instead of rook c5, there is something quite striking. Probably still a draw, but it's a nice move to make on the board.
Rook f4 or something?
Absolutely correct.
Oh, take e5, take d4, and it's...
Yeah.
That is crazy.
A kind of a checkers type combination.
Yeah.
and now we take everything and we go knight c2 in the end. It's still, judging by the evaluation on my screen, it's still a draw, but it's beautiful and pleasing to the eye.
Right. We do have knight c4 and knight d5.
So we might get this.
We might get this position when knight takes e5.
Yeah. There's really no longer any particular way to bail out because you can't protect the pawn on b4. The fork on c3 is going to be very painful.
Exactly.
Whichever square you choose.
So it looks like knight takes e5, knight takes b4, yeah?
Yep, knight c5 played. Levon will take on b4 because why wouldn't you?
Well, this is one of those strategic moments that if white is allowed to play the move knight d3, you get this really beautiful blockading knight, and that's suddenly a panic, strategic panic going on after knight d3. So knight takes b4, more or less forced.
Levon is thinking though, he might have some other options.
He can include bishop takes e5, I guess.
That's not running
But then
away,
you don't have the rook f4 idea.
Yeah. It really isn't running away. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm going to, we better take a look at the other games before too long here.
I think Topalov's put in actually some pressure on Prague.
Really? Because that was an ending we thought was more or less balanced. Where's the pressure?
Where's the pressure? I think we have a draw claim here.
Right.
Between Aravindh and
even if they force them to play it out, they will continue going rook e1, rook d2, rook e2, rook d1. So it's
Draw.
Yeah, Aravindh got away with one here. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the bluff.
Yeah, that was the queen takes d5 instead of queen takes b7, which
bluff
definitely is.
So that's the first result of the game, of the round. Yeah, Topalov just played c4. That's the pressure.
There you go. There you go.
a5 pawn is kind of a target.
Right. So we're dreaming that you will take, invite my knight to the party.
b6, but rook b3.
And
You're one tempo away from, I guess, being completely fine, but rook b3 is very painful.
And
followed by rook takes b6 and bishop takes a5, actually.
Exactly. That was the important puzzle rush.
Yeah, brute force.
Yes. I will break you. Rook takes b6. Very, very nice. And that's the pressure. And if you do allow takes, then suddenly this king will come out. Yes.
Knight goes to b5 and the last rank checkmates.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very nice
Can Black
pressure.
play d4?
Okay, let's
That
have a
way,
look.
at least, like, there's c5 though, and knight still comes to c4, and it's a great outpost with the pawn on c5.
It's beautiful. Yeah, and the a5 pawn sticks out like a real target. The computer, I see on my screen, I got this nice orange bubble. The computer does not like rook to d7. Opportunity and Veselin kind of settling in. He seems to be enjoying the moment.
Is it like
rook e6?
Yeah, I want to attack
Rook
one of the knights.
F3?
Don't know which one. Maybe rook f3 first?
Rook f3 is very strong, yeah.
Rook
F3.
f3.
But the position is just kind of bad for black, even if white does nothing. Even king f1 gives white a very solid advantage.
King
But
f1.
King f1.
Just improve. I think it's just structurally, this bishop is very strong. Black's structure is entirely on the dark squares. So even in those very simple terms, white is enjoying it. But after rook h3, you will have to put your pieces on very
You can also
awkward
see on
squares.
Topalov's face, he's enjoying this position. He smells blood.
Yeah.
He knows he has a chance here.
He's feeling good. I'm missing something too. Take on d5, take on d5. Bishop c3.
Maybe knight f4. You might have first rank issues.
Knight f4, rook e...
Knight
what?
e2? Oh,
I
I don't
take
have
it.
that. Never mind.
Let me show you what you might have missed.
Maybe g5?
g3.
Okay.
You go away.
Somehow my knights are not hanging though. So knight
That's
g3.
the good news, but...
Knight h3 and g4 captures the rook.
Thank you, Peter.
What? What? Captures
no,
the
it
rook.
Doesn't, because there's bishop b5 check there, yeah.
And rook goes to b3. I mean, you can take rook e5.
But then you have wars.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then you have wars.
This is a head
I think
scratcher.
Prague, I do want to say, and
we do have rook f3, by the way, on the board.
I was curious as to why he's in so much trouble when we thought he was completely safe earlier.
Right.
And I think he is somewhat kind of dazed by the run of really unfortunate results since he began by 2 victories and he is now back to 50% and not really
His
playing.
loss to Alireza was really painful.
And what really kind of immediately jumps out at me is this position that they had maybe 5 moves earlier or maybe 7 moves earlier. And you play rook e8 here without thinking even, sort of, right?
Right.
Because this is a good piece. It has to be opposed.
Right.
And instead he played rook f7, which kind of makes it...
Sorry to interrupt. We do have another result, MVL.
I think they claimed a draw, and yeah, Duda MVL ended in a draw.
All right.
Yeah. So rook f7 is where it all began, because by disconnecting your rooks, not only aren't you not only you are not challenging the rook on e1 immediately, you're making it much harder to challenge it for the future because you can no longer offer that trade comfortably. Had he played rook e8, frankly, any rook to e8 in this position, I think he would have been instantly fine. But this is already a little bit tricky. The engine continues insisting you have to offer this trade.
Right.
And he kept on not doing it. And this is already h64, you are wars. And rook d7 is kind of very unfortunate. And now after rook f3, knight gh4, rook d3 in particular.
Those knights look a little bit awkward, don't
And then
they?
they start getting hit by g3 and so on. This is now going to be a very annoying position for the young man. And also, it's exactly the kind of position I don't think you want against the elder statesman. No risk for white, very pleasant advantage.
Exactly.
You know, moves that make themselves.
Yeah.
Just not fun.
You even start to think that after rook e6 and g3, something about those knights discombobulated.
Levon did throw in bishop takes e5, by the way. I guess he didn't see rook f4.
Let's...
By the way,
Duda made a draw.
Before we go to Levon's game, let's go to Fedoseev's game, because he was better earlier, but now I see the...
Not so much anymore, yeah. His
equality.
treatment of that position we were talking about was not
Ideal?
Ideal, yeah. He made very natural, useful moves, but there were stronger options. Yeah, knight d6, bishop b4, allowing black to trade away the bishop on d4, but yeah, giving black the option of playing bishop c5.
If we can have that on the screen.
We are on the game between Vladimir and Daniel Deac. Bishop b4, it allows bishop c5, right?
Yeah, I guess he thought after knight b5 he still has a little bit of something, and he does.
He does.
It's not entirely equal yet, but I think it's an improvement for black considering where we were earlier.
Yeah.
White pieces are still better, but it just doesn't seem like enough.
Yeah, you want to play something like a4, king f1, king e1, and then start looking at maybe cashing something in, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Just like I would like to discourage rook to d2, so king f1, king e1 would have been my choice. a2, a4, he's really anxious to play the move knight takes a7 and maybe bishop takes c4 and just bring his knight back, rook to d7.
Yeah, this looks pretty even.
Pretty even.
Yeah, the bishop on a6 is the one big problem black has. If Deac manages to somehow trade it away, he is instantly completely fine.
Yeah.
I think we should go to the key matchup, Firouzja against Levon. They are trading a lot of pieces.
Okay.
Heading towards draw rook ending.
So when we left it, bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, knight takes b4, rook b1, knight c6 on the board.
So rook b7 takes on e5.
It's just a pity that
yeah, this fizzled.
I can't get in knight.
d5, d3.
Sorry, is this completely ridiculous? Knight to d3 again. I'm trying to get.
A5?
Yeah, I'm trying to get some. Am I a pawn down?
You are, yeah.
A pity.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
if not for that minor
that knight
detail,
on a5, yeah, not for that
minor detail, it would be a very useful try.
So you were suggesting?
Yeah, we're taking on b7.
Take on b7, takes on e5, take back in d3.
Yep.
I think you can even play king f1.
Just in time.
Yeah, d2 rook b1, I guess. Yeah. Important not to blunder king e2 rook f2. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a mistake. Yeah.
Black picks up the entire king side.
Quite the donation there. May I donate my king side? Yes.
We do have rook b7 on the board.
You can take on a5, but then the white pieces in the center are so beautiful that it doesn't really feel like you're playing for a win all that much. So.
Yeah. Alireza is down to 2.5 minutes, but I don't think he needs too much time in this endgame.
Yeah. Solutions will not be difficult.
Sorry, why aren't I taking on a5?
Rook a7 or rook b6, I don't know.
But I'm also taking another?
And just go g3 or h3 or just solve the problem of getting mated on the back.
Also there's rook g4 threat, right? Yeah.
There's so much counterplay.
So much counterplay.
If you go knight c6, I think I'm completely fine just taking on c6 and going rook takes d4.
Well.
And threatening rook d7 and.
Sorry.
Yeah, that would be, that does present a problem. Which is maybe why we don't, we put it on a different square than not a7. Either, maybe d7 actually.
So from the starting position, this is the current position. Rook takes b7 on the board, knight takes a5, rook d7.
D7 maybe, yeah, just make sure we don't
blunder what we just saw.
Yeah, don't blunder.
Has taken on e5.
Well, he has taken on e5. Yeah, this should now be a very comfortably level position.
Yeah. As long as there's no blunder of pawn yet.
Okay, I guess what we'll end up with is 4 against 3 with the extra a pawn seems very likely, but I think very comfortably drawn. King f1.
Extra for whom?
For black. King f1, we play rook f, or maybe d2 first.
Okay.
Rook b1, rook f5.
Rook f5.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, we take, we go on f5, yeah.
We take on f5?
Yeah. We go rook d1, rook takes d2, we put the rook on d7, and we say, I'm aware I have fewer pawns, but I'm still not losing this.
Yes. So, but you were thinking that you have to be...
Yeah, rook takes f... This also kind of looks draw... I think the other rook, actually. I still want to have rook takes f2 there as an option, right?
Yes.
The other rook. Rook c5, you have to play rook d1.
Yes.
I go rook c1, and then I'll take king 2, rook f2.
And you're taking...
And it's going to be the same endgame anyway,
Yeah.
actually, after rook d6, right? It's going to end up being the same endgame anyway.
Except we traded f-pawns.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Well,
We're a
the-
cooperative...
Yeah. Two co-leaders do have very drawish endgames. Let's check back with Topalov, because I think he has increased his advantage even more against Prague.
And
So
I think
yesterday Topalov won the last round of the day, and I think
he
he's
started with 2 losses. But I think he's the only player who hasn't made a draw. It's like his every game has been a decisive one. We just left it after the move rook f3,
You're right.
knight h4, rook to d3,
He has a pattern going: 2 zeros, 1, 2 zeros, and about to have 1.
knight e7.
Yeah, bishop b5 check is good. And then you can even play, let's say, king, I'm guessing b6?
Okay.
We can go g4, knight h4, bishop g3, and continue kicking those knights about.
That's a nice...
g4, knight h4 is completely forced, bishop g3.
Rook
You
b3
kind of have
checkers.
to play g5.
Yeah, I'm wondering when is rook b3
Why are we not
going
giving
to...
the check, but yeah.
I think it's kind of not getting mated on a6, so why? And now f4, f5, for instance. We just continue increasing everywhere, right? It's Black
Let's
is
just play
being
on both
driven off the board, frankly.
Yeah, just there's no grips, no outposts for the knights. They're getting
It's
kicked.
really all because Black's king is misplaced, right? If it was on h7, maybe Black would hold it.
Would still be unpleasant, yeah, but would be
Bishop's-
much better than this.
Bishop's
yeah.
stronger here, yeah.
So we've just seen the move after king b6. We're expecting g4 by Veselin. Clock time's the factor.
5 minutes for Veselin and 1 minute for Prague.
1 minute. Ooh.
Yeah.
Let's just pause our analysis and toss it to Warsaw. Maurice with a guest.
Yes, and we do have a guest with us in Aravindh Chithambaram. Chithambaram? Did I say that right?
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, excellent. He is currently not doing badly in the tournament, maybe in third place in a tie for third. A couple of people you're chasing. Tell us, you had a really unfortunate result against your countryman, Praggnanandhaa, when you would have put the rook on, you put it on a6, then you put it back on b6, and then you end up putting it on a6. That could have derailed a lot of people's tournament, but you've come back 2 wins, 2 draws. Tell us how your mindset was that helped you to come back very quickly.
Yeah. So honestly, I did not deserve to win that game because like I played a horrible opening, and I thought like I did not deserve it. But yeah, in general, my game standard is good, but I feel like I need to work on the opening part. But you know, I'm not getting any like pleasant positions out of the opening, so I feel like I need to work on that. And yeah, in general, I'm happy with my play.
Indeed. Let's talk a bit about your countryman now. I mean, he seems like he's going for it every single game, even when he's in time pressure. And now, again, he didn't have a bad position. What do you feel, though, about the position he has against Topalov?
So right now, it's a bit unpleasant for him, but he was doing fine. Like, I don't know what exactly happened the last few moves. But yeah, but in time pressure, I think anything can happen. So what's the time situation?
Well, his time right now is not great. He's at 112 versus 331. Is he generally a good blitz player? You must have played him lots of games.
Yeah, in general, he's good at everything. Also, like I would say, he's more of a classical player. So also he plays very good blitz. So.
What do you see here? Any chances for him? You see he's in serious pressure. What would you be suggesting if you had Black yourself?
I would try to trick Topalov here. I mean, that's the only thing I can do. But yeah, white pieces are well coordinated. Only the knight on a3 is, needs to come into play. It's unpleasant.
If Black, let's say Black just brings the knight back, plans here?
Maybe, yeah.
And he has done so. He's brought the knight back?
So, even a move like h4, I think, would be unpleasant.
h4?
Yeah.
Something like h4, preparing to attack that knight. That would certainly be unpleasant. And as you said it, did he play? No, he actually played even more aggressively with f4, it looks like. And things are not looking great here at all. Certainly some trouble, and even the engine bar I'm seeing is getting more and more tense. Is he a trickster? Praggnanandhaa, he's somebody who plays for tricks and is able to come back, or is he more of a logical player?
He has the potential to trick anyone. But I would say like Nihal is the best trickster, like Nihal.
Nihal?
Yes.
Oh, we know him as a tremendous blitz player for sure, but he's not playing here. He here certainly is your countryman, as you mentioned, and he's down to 25 seconds with 2:57 left. Another game I'd like you to comment on, and I just want your emotional state in this one. Levon Aronian is playing against Firouzja. Firouzja is ahead of you in the standing. This looks pretty much like it'll be a draw, actually. Do you root against players? Like you see somebody who's maybe in the lead and you start thinking, please lose, please lose, please lose? Are you that type of player, or you just say, whatever happens, I just have to deal with it?
I mean, it's a long tournament to go. And also like, I mean, I don't want anyone to lose. I just want me to win. That's the only goal I have. Not like looking at other players.
All right, you're too nice a guy. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate the time, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Good luck, Aravindh, indeed. And we do have this knight on A3 coming back into the game, Peter, and this is bad news for a young man.
Absolutely, yeah.
As
this looks kind of lost, frankly. Despite the material equality, this looks like every single white piece is better than every single black piece, and you can see white not winning this. If you don't land the killing blow soon and black somehow gets out of the corner, you aren't up anything yet. So you can absolutely imagine this not being converted.
Not
but
often that we see knight go back to its starting position.
Right, knight G8, knight F8.
Is it even the same knight?
Oh, it might be the other
one. No, it probably is the same. Rook b3 check, king a6, and I guess knight c4 is the intention. Otherwise, I don't understand rook b3. Or maybe bishop f2.
Knight c4 can
bishop f2. Bishop f2. Yeah, I was about to say bishop f2 makes the most sense.
Knight d7, though.
Because you've got rook check and rook takes c6 is the threat. Knight d7 defending.
Knight c4, b5, rook e6.
I like that.
Yeah. I think b5 might be. Although knight b6 is a massive threat.
Knight c4.
Yeah.
How do you play?
I considered b5, but there's rook e6, and I think that wins the game.
Ooh,
some kind of mate.
That is nasty.
Maybe I can play rook c8 and pretend I don't resign yet, but there's knight 6 in the end.
That
just ends. That was very nicely.
Nicely spotted.
Very nicely spotted.
Yeah.
So maybe not b5, maybe c5. No, there's rook
e6.
Yeah, that's. You lose a5. So
he's got knight c4, correct,
Right.
What's the time situation? It's Prague is half a minute against a minute and a half.
Underneath a minute,
Is there a way to kind of ignore knight b6 and pretend it's not a threat?
Rook d8 just to get out of?
Rook f8 or rook d8. I think knight b6 actually wins. I don't think it works, no.
He's reaching for
He's going to go knight gf6, but then knight b6 definitely wins.
So he's going to sacrifice an exchange, right?
No, but that doesn't hold.
Well, what's the clock time?
5 seconds.
5?
4.
He's not even close to moving.
I think
he played b5 just in time.
With 1 second?
With 1 second. But
Takes rook e6
That's
check.
not as precise. It's still very, very good for white, but I think rook e6 was actually ending the game. Although, this is horrendous for black. Rook bd3. Still horrible position.
Ooh.
Can the other knight come? Oh, there's g5.
He didn't play rook.
There's no g5, but after knight gf6, rook e7 is just...
So he can't... So he didn't include rook e6. Maybe...
Knight gf6 probably the correct way to go, because allowing rook e7 is unthinkable, but you're still completely busted after rook e6, or honestly any move.
It's like all of white's pieces are better than their counterparts. Rook e6 looks great. Well, sorry, but rook e6 was just so suggestive.
Sometimes it's a problem when you have too many good moves.
Right. It's better to have the narrow path to victory as opposed to.
So rook c8 only move.
Because knight d6, rook d8, we still haven't. We don't have to resign just. Although rook c3 in that position wins. Whoa.
Knight g4 again
Knight
with.
g4.
Oh, he flagged.
He flagged.
Yeah.
Okay, we're so used to seeing them make a move with 1 second on the clock. Wow, Veselin remains undrawable.
He keeps winning the last round of the day.
Exactly.
Two games left, both rook end games.
But and they're both are.
Both look very drawish.
Okay, I've got Vladimir versus
More pawns in that one.
versus
Deac.
And we just saw rook a4 check. This was the one where we had a knight on b5.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow it got to d6 to f6.
Yeah, you got to all kinds of places.
We didn't even know we had places.
A road well traveled.
Well done. Okay. I just had to see how we got to where we are. Okay, this
is kind of getting slowly outplayed here.
Yeah.
It's still a draw, but
20 seconds for Deac.
I think it's time to pull the plug on this and go rook c7.
Right.
I don't think we should
before we.
I don't think we should be fooling around with this anymore. I think it's time to. Although there's king d6.
Rook
he's doing
a8.
it. Yeah, he's doing it in a more solid way.
Waiting for c3 so that we can play rook c8 in that case.
a2.
Okay.
Yeah, we can spend a tempo on h3. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, what's wrong with a7?
Nothing.
Nothing. That's a very good move. By the way, after the move a7, Black's king is trapped.
Yeah.
On e5, right?
Yeah, there we have it. Yeah,
It's
a7,
happy on
c3.
e5. It's happy to be trapped.
Trapped. You can never touch your king.
Well, if you say Jadub first.
Okay. This game is going to be a draw. What was the other game?
Alireza
against Levon. Also very, very level.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to go back to see how we got this because we were here and it was d3 after all. This was your solution.
The 4 against 3.
Peter.
Levon gave the extra pawn to double up White's pawns.
But yeah, it's hard to imagine how you have any realistic winning chances here.
No. In fact, I was about to say I thought there was going to be a perpetual.
No, these players don't do that.
King h6. Well, now you put your king in a situation you can never move. Rook a7.
Yeah. Is he going to find a way to... he can't really stalemate himself because he always has g5. I was looking for a way to do something spectacular, but that doesn't quite work, yeah.
Levon's going to be a pawn down before too long. No, he can go rook a2, rook a1.
Yeah, you go a3 and you go rook a1, rook a2.
You see Fedoseev repeated 3 times, and this is a draw. So if Alireza draws as well, they will still remain in the first place.
And this will be our lowest round in terms of decisive games. Yeah, it will only have 1.
And they're repeating here as well, and a draw. Only 1 decisive result, and that was Topalov.
So 3, 2, and 1.
Yes. Wow.
This was a very interesting game, though. Levon had chances.
He did.
Many chances, actually.
With f6, but Alireza defended well. In the end, do we still have the same 2 players tied for first? Because everybody drew, right?
We'll see standings soon.
Yeah.
I think so, because Aravindh also drew.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The one decisive game in this round came in the bottom of the standings. Yeah.
Aravindh was so nice saying that I don't want anybody else to lose.
Only that I should win. Yeah. That was good.
A lot of other players would not have said that, I'm sure.
I have to say that there was interzonals where I was actively rooting. What am I saying? Qualifying for the candidates was so important. It's like, somebody beat that guy, please, so that I could get second and qualify.
I think it's normal.
Yeah, I don't think any ethical judgment attaches to you wanting to succeed. And if you wanting to succeed means that somebody has to lose. That's what you kind of want to happen.
Absolutely. As we get ready for some interviews from Warsaw, just kind of sum up this round. Not this round, this day.
Not a lot of shake-up at the top. A lot of very interesting games, but We came in with...
Our leaders are undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we still have 2 players on 2 wins and now 4 draws. Aravindh in close pursuit.
Right.
On +1 with 2 wins but 1 loss.
Right.
And then a very close, tightly packed field from then onwards, starting from 50% and down. Veselin providing most of the excitement, frankly.
Right.
I think we had 5 decisive games, 6 decisive games today, out of which 3 were Veselin's.
Yes, of course.
So, yeah, and we now finally have interviews from Warsaw, so let's go and watch.
Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks so much. We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of our favorite people in the world, and of course, a legend on the tour.
Thank you for the kind words.
Well, it's all true. Maxime, not so kind, though, was how they treated you yesterday. I mean, they're not used to seeing you have great positions like you did, for example, and not do well. But today you righted the ship. Tell us how you did so.
Well, at least yesterday I made one of the commentators happy because for my winning position I lost to Prague.
I guess you're referring to Peter?
His coach, absolutely. And yeah, yesterday, of course, things didn't go well, and my last game with Veselin was absolutely horrendous. But today, I don't know. I mean, I thought it's a new day. I should play better. With Black, I suffered a bit more than I should have against Vladimir, but I had a convincing white win. I'm more or less back on track, but of course I need a very good third day to still be in contention.
Indeed. So you talk about that you're very good at blitz. So you could always just start running up some numbers. Are you going to be aggressive tomorrow to try to get points, or just take it as it comes?
I have 2 whites. I should try to take my chances. If I play well, you know, I feel like I can play as well in Rapid as in Blitz. Also in Blitz, I haven't been as convincing lately, like very up and down, sometimes tremendous scores, but sometimes not as good as, you know, when I was much more consistent, consistently scoring +4 on any given day. Now it's like sometimes I will go 50%, sometimes even less.
Okay, well, we hope you move in your same mercurial style as before. Let me ask you something. You did mention a convincing win. You are considered one of the best Najdorf players on the planet, if not the best. And you had to play against the Najdorf today. Is the secret to beating the Najdorf to move G3?
The secret is to be to have a small idea somewhere that your opponent doesn't know about. And then, because in Najdorf, when Black knows their book, knows their lines, and you don't have a real chance. But as soon as it gets on a bit of a, you know, strange path, and it becomes like the road to equality is often very narrow compared to lines like Will Lopez. So it's much more direct, much more concrete, but at the same time, if you don't know where you're getting into, then things can go out of control very fast.
So Deac knows those little back alleys. You will.
A few of them.
A few of them, more than a few, I'm sure. I'll ask you one final question. We're talking to Aravindh earlier about rooting for other people to lose sometimes. He said, no, he never does that. He just wants, you know, to win his games. Do you ever maybe look at somebody and say, well, I hope he loses, he's ahead of me?
I mean, not at this time in the tournament. Of course, in the last rounds, this might happen, but it's never personal.
It's never. Indeed. Well, thank you so much, Maxime. Great to see you bounce back, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys? It's business. It's business. It's competition.
Yeah.
It's competition. Business. Just looking at the game of Duda at the very end, MVL, it was a very well played game. I mean, just feel like more or less from the opening. Didn't get much. After 2 days of Rapid, where do we stand?
Let's take a look at our standings. So we have 2 co-leaders, Firouzja and Fedoseev, with 8 points, and only a point behind is Aravindh. And then 3 players with 6 points. That's Levon, Aronian, Duda, and Deac.
As Prague loses to Veselin, he's no longer at 50%. And MVL
I think coming into today's rounds, Alireza and Fedoseev were sharing first, Aravindh was third, Levon was fourth. Not much has changed.
No, not much.
No, Fedoseev was in the sole lead right after day one, so
that's right.
there was a bit of a shake-up.
Yeah. It was after
Because you
round
won
one
to
today.
drew. Yes, that's right. So Alireza
caught up with him after round one.
and tied. Yeah.
It might be that at the end we might have playoff between Fedoseev and Firouzja, and Firouzja saving that first game. Remember?
Could end up being tremendously important, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
And
we have another guest. Back to you, Maurice.
And we are with Levon Aronian, unique in the world, we'll say, absolutely fascinating personality, always with the great shirts, all, by the way, fashion sense, impeccable. Levon, yesterday was not so great. Can't put a fine point on it. You didn't win a game. Drew 2, only 1 loss. Today, a little reversal, actually. It was a little 2 draws, but this time a victory. What got that fighting spirit back up?
Yeah, you know, I had a nice walk. I had a nice dinner with Maxime and his friend, and I thought to myself, you know, there must be a reason why I'm here, and the reason should be me playing chess. Yeah, so I got the motivation because sometimes it's hard to get motivation. I don't know why. Yeah.
Before the tournament, though, you had mentioned the story. I think some people didn't even believe me when I said you're talking about you want blood when you play. You don't come here for a party. You don't come to tournaments for a party. You want blood. Where'd that attitude come from?
It's just the thing that I enjoy. I think the day I stop desiring that, you know, the day I'll stop playing. So it's what motivates me.
We appreciate the fighting spirit. Now that you're back at 50%, are you projecting ahead at all or just thinking day by day, let me just play and see what happens?
Yeah, I'm enjoying. I think today there are many interesting games, so let's see how it goes tomorrow.
I got one last question for you. It seems like there's a little bit of a theme. I had asked Aravindh and then MVL, do you ever root for other players to lose when you're on the side and maybe they're a little ahead of you? Are you sitting there thinking, I hope you fall on your face?
Never happened to me. I never rooted for anybody to lose, actually.
And why is that?
I think I believe that you shouldn't be wishing bad for anybody, and I follow that principle in my life. I'm never envious of anybody, and it's a real blessing. I mean, it's a real luck to be like that. So I have it imprinted in my mind, and I never have a doubt.
Very nice. I would have said absolutely Levon wanted people to lose. You just surprised me. But certainly, you may not want others to lose, but you definitely want to beat them yourself.
100%.
100%. Levon Aronian, absolutely a man of wisdom, and we always love having him. Good luck. Hope you do well in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Guys?
Maurice, I have a question for Levon, if he doesn't mind, if he's got a moment. There was a moment in this game against Alireza where Bishop G5 was played, and we were beating our drum for F7, F6. Levon played Queen E8. Why did he reject F6?
All right, if I can pull that game up. He was talking about the game you played against Alireza.
Yeah.
And when he played Bishop G5, you could have played the move F6, he's saying. If I can pull that up on my screen.
Oh, immediately.
Bishop G5 right here.
Yes.
Right? And they thought F6, everybody was looking forward to seeing you play the move F6. Did you see how strong it was, or did you reject it?
I rejected it because I thought that he can take EF, GF, Bishop F5, and F take G, Bishop G6, and I sort of thought that somehow it will not work out. So I had a wrong assessment of the position.
All right, there you go. All right, thanks for that honesty.
An honest man, indeed. That would have been actually a good position for Levon against our co-tournament leader, that bishop on. We love that bishop on B6, razoring down to the F2 pawn. Yeah, missed opportunity there for
a little bit.
Levon.
A little bit, yeah.
But it's. I think Garry Kasparov had one of the great lines. He said, "It's always the sun shines when we see Levon playing well." I mean, he's getting back into form.
Yeah, absolutely. Levon is like the West Indies of chess. Yeah, you want to see Levon playing well.
Exactly. Your final thoughts, Peter, about today's...
I can only restate that it's been an exciting day. There were fewer decisive games, but not through the lack of trying. And somehow, at the end of it, there's only a slight shuffle at the top. Everything still to play for. I think what is good about what is currently happening in the tournament is, honestly, everybody still has a chance. Nobody is out of contention. Our last place currently is -2, not anything worse. So it seems like the field will get to the Blitz in more or less a very tight backing.
Right.
And then 2 very, very exciting games of the days of Blitz. So looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to give Maurice and Anastasiya, you guys get the final word of the day.
Well, yes, indeed. Today was, it seems like the players got more into their form, if you will. We saw some off games yesterday, a lot of blood on the board, but the players seem to have a little bit more constraint. They got the time just about right. We saw less crazy time pressure, especially in the last round. Everybody was more at ease. So I think now we're starting to see parity, which of course we all love to see. We don't want to just have people just running away with the tournament. It's not interesting right from the start. And I think that's adding to the drama in this tournament.
Absolutely, and I'm very curious how it will continue. You know, my boy Maxime finally improved the tournament situation. He said he made one commentator happy. What about me, who picked him the first day? And it was really heartbreaking to see him 1 out of 6, you know, after 3 rounds. So today he's in a better spirits, and I'm very happy about it. You know, it was a really great day. Many fans came as predicted, and there was a chess tournament just next door to the main event. 50 people took part. There was a Blitz event, also simultaneous exhibition. So everything went really well. I think everybody should be happy with the games and also with some side activities. So I think we're going to have a great 3 days ahead.
Well, with actually the Rapid tomorrow as well being the last day to pick up a huge 6 points, the players know, as you said, everyone has a chance. So you just go on a little bit of a run, you could be right there near the top with the Blitz coming around the corner.
Thank you both. And Anastasiya, you said you chose MVL. Well, let's take a look at our commentators' predictions. I believe I'm at 50%.
I'm pretty happy.
I could be happier.
You could be a lot happier.
I could be happier.
VAR could be a lot happier. Come on, Jan.
Well,
come on.
3 days left. 3 days left.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Join us tomorrow for day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour from Warsaw, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Jan.
both.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, and don't forget to watch our highlights packages.
That's right, highlights.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.